And welcome everyone to beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's time for Lonestar STOL and the National STOL Championship here in the 2023 series. My name's Ryan Dombrowski. We're getting ready to kick off Friday's practice. What a beautiful day. It's a lot warmer than where I am in Wisconsin normally. We've got snow on the ground already. We've got some nice healthy winds down the runway, and we're going to see a lot of our competitors put in some time and burn some avgas to get ready for tomorrow's championship. But before we kick off practice, of course, we need to have a national anthem. If you could all please rise for the wonderful national anthem and remove your caps, of course. Let's hear a round of applause for Carissa, the beautiful rendition of our national anthem. And folks, I got to tell you, I've been getting geared up. I've been geared up for practice today because you know what that means. Tomorrow, the 2023 series championships for National STOL here at the home of Legend Aircraft in Sulphur Springs, Texas. I hope you're joining us online. I hope you're joining us here in the crowd for what is going to prove to be a beautiful day of flying. And by the way, if you're here in the crowd, be sure to check out, you've got a unique opportunity here in Sulphur Springs. One, to see some amazing aviation action right in front of your face, but two, to meet the pilots, meet the volunteers that make this all happen, and to, of course, bring a little bit of love to the aviation community here locally. So, again, my name is Ryan Dombrowski. We're going to go on a journey today together, an aviation journey, some STOL action. We're going to learn a lot about flying together. We're going to learn a lot about different aircraft together, and we're going to have some guests join us along the way. And don't forget tomorrow to either come to this wonderful and beautiful airport in person or to tune in online. Go to nationalstol.com to track when that will all start. So while we get ready, I want to kind of tee things up for you. The way the season has gone, we talk a lot about at every event, right? So we've got two things happening tomorrow. We've got Lonestar STOL, which is presented by American Legend Aircraft. But it's also the championship. And we don't talk as much during the broadcast about the season, about the championship points. So I'm going to walk you through that right now as we get some aircraft ready to practice. So points are awarded during the season based on place within each class. So first place will get 25 points. Second place, 18, third place, 15, and so on, all the way down to 10th place. If you're 10th place at a particular event, you get 1 point. And that stacks against your season standings. So points are awarded to the top 10 finishers in each class at each event. Also, the most consistent pilot earns 1 additional point. You don't need to be present here at Lonestar tomorrow to win the championship, but those points earned tomorrow will be added to existing season standings. And folks, you can tell as you look through the different classes who really has been putting in work this season and who stands out above the rest. And I want to start with our touring class just to bring you up to speed on that. Brandon Korn is the only competitor to attend every 2023 National STOL event. He's pretty much locked up the championship by finishing in the top 3 at every competition. He's got 4 first-place wins, 2 second-place, and a third-place win. So that's Brandon Korn. Look for him to fly tomorrow. We'll see how many more points he can earn. It is a bit of a race for second and third place with Kurt Leaders over Jeff Abrams and Warren Grobelar. So if either of them finish top 3 at Lonestar, that could unseat and unsettle those championship scores. In the backcountry class, it's the battle of the 170 Bravos. I'll point those out to you when they are competing, or excuse me, while they're practicing today. There's a Husky in there too. So we've got Micah Lindstrom, Jeff Pohl, Austin Clemens, and Sean Johnson all kind of vying for the championship in the backcountry class. If Micah Lindstrom places in the top 5 here in Lonestar, he will clinch the win. Jeff Pohl right now, if you run the numbers, guaranteed at least second place. But if he can get into Micah's head and get some scratches happening, we may see an unseating of the current first place runner in the backcountry class. Austin Clemens currently in 3rd position, and Sean Johnson, a bit of a surprise challenger this season. He rose to the top of the class at Music City STOL just 2 months ago, so he's in the fight as well. If Johnson gets first place at Lonestar, Clemens would need to place 4th or higher to maintain his current season ranking. So watch the backcountry class. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Adventure class, it's one of the most open titles still for the 2023 championships. 3 competitors are still mathematically able to take home first place. This class is one that's really exciting for us here in Sulphur Springs because we have kind of the battle of the MOACs, the mother of all cubs. That's an aircraft built right here on this airfield. We're going to talk to some friends of ours at Legend Aircraft to learn a little bit about that today. So we've got Luke Spohr, Brian Shirley, Brian Steck, and Keith Lang all fighting for the top of that class. Keith Lang, kind of the outlier in a classic Piper Super Cub, and he currently holds a narrow 5-point edge over Brian Steck in a MOAC. So it's anyone's game for the top of the adventure class tomorrow. Sport class, you guys and gals are going to see one heck of a battle in sport class tomorrow. There are so many competitors registered in sport class, and it's going to be exciting to see because we probably have some folks that we've never seen before that could come and grab a finish at Lonestar. In the actual championship, the 2023 championship, Rick Boardman appears to have clinched first place in the sport class, with Colin Knievel, who you will see fly today and tomorrow, guaranteed second. But the race for third, 3-way battle between Justin Tisdale, who is a rookie this year, putting in a lot of work, Nick Ardillo, and Joel Milloway. They're all battling for third. So it'll be exciting to see how that wraps up tomorrow. And then unlimited class, we've got a really exciting unlimited class for you tomorrow. The big thing is Dan Reynolds is here all the way from Canada in his Chinook. That's just such a fun airplane to watch fly. It basically is a helicopter without a rotor. Look for that more today. We've got a pretty tightly firmed up mathematically unlimited class for the championship. Steve Henry, Hal Stockman, and of course Dan Reynolds in that class. We do have some other competitors that have been starting to enter the unlimited class, though. Patrick McIntyre kind of famously taking advantage of some of the heavies not appearing at Nashville and getting first place there just 2 months ago. So that's where the race to the championship stands as we head into tomorrow. But we're also just competing normally here at Lonestar STOL 2023 in Sulphur Springs, and it's going to be a really exciting one. If you're watching at home, want to make sure that you can chat to us on social. We'd love to hear where you're viewing from. Practice looking like it's going to kick off in just a few minutes. Take a look around as the cameras here are getting into position. We've got such a beautiful day. I'm looking at my screen here. Really like cool but not cold. We've got some nice healthy wind coming down the runway, which is always helpful for STOL operations. And such a cool airport here in Sulphur Springs. There's actually a lake right off the approach end of the runway we'll be using today. We're a little bit offset. We're a little bit further in, but such a cool airport to come and fly at. And again, so much history here with American legend aircraft on the field. And while things gear up, folks, obviously, if you're here in person in Sulphur Springs, you have a unique opportunity to grab some National STOL merch before the crowds at the competition tomorrow come buy it all up. I'm actually wearing one of the new zip-up hoodies that I really love. Check them out, and we'll be getting practice started in just a second. As we gear up for practice to start today, I think pilots are just getting things a little bit sorted out. As we gear up, I want to thank some of our sponsors. We've got some annual sponsors and some local sponsors to thank. At first, we need to thank our annual sponsors. They've been with us all season. We've got Ladd Gardner Insurance, Legend Aircraft, Hartzell Propeller, Sarasota Avionics, USA Trailers Direct.com, Duke Propeller, Lift Aviation USA, AirTech Coatings, Factory 10 Aerospace Composites, Aero LED, but I think a lot of you probably pronounce it Aero LED, but check them out. Rugged Radios, FlightHelmet.com, Flight Outfitters, Committee Coffee, Aviation, Flying Eyes Optics, Acme Aero, Pappy Aero, and Behringer. Locally, we've been supported by Etos Incorporated, Clemens Insurance, Nottingham Sulphur Springs Dodge, Lima Bravo Aviation, Fix and Feed, Garmin Aviation, Thrust Flight, CNB Bank, Texas Heritage National Bank, and the Grocery Supply Company. And I just want to again also thank Legend Aircraft, American Legend Aircraft, the presenting sponsor of Lonestar STOL. They've been so kind to us, bringing us all in, letting us spend time in their hangars, making sure that we're well taken care of. I think the electricity in my RV is being provided by their factory floor. They have been really pulling out all the stops for us at National STOL. So thank you to them, of course, for inviting us to your home and making us feel so welcome here in Texas. Let's talk a little bit about how National STOL works. If you've ever been to a spot landing competition at your home airport, this is kind of like that, but turned up to 11. The knob goes all the way up to 11. So if you look out on the field right now, there's a line painted on the runway. We've got kind of a temporary runway here that we've set up just for competition. There's actually a grass runway further to the west on the field that is normally used, but we've set up one just special for competition in between the taxiway and the hard surface runway. There's a line painted on that runway. You can see it marked with some National STOL flags as well as some cones. We actually even have a camera set up. We'll talk about why that's used for a little bit later. Aircraft will taxi to that line. Our line judge, Lexi, will give them a thumbs up when they're on the line exactly. Our air bosses in the red Hartzell tent just down the ways from me in the broadcast trailer will give them a go-ahead over the radio, and they will give it the beans, as it were, apply full throttle, and fly off into the wild blue yonder. And the other pilots, you see them standing waiting there by the 50-foot mark, they will actually judge the distance. There's a tape measure, and we have these big markers to help you at home and in the audience here figure out where people take off. They will confer, decide when the main wheels of that aircraft leave the ground, and that is the first of 2 points of your composite score. That same aircraft will travel around the pattern, come in for a landing, and this is where it gets exciting. They need to land at or beyond that white line. If you land before it, it's a scratch, and the whole run does not count. You land after that line, get heavy on the brakes. You're going to hear me say the words heavy on the brakes about 1,000 times over the course of today and tomorrow. They'll get heavy on the brakes, get the aircraft stopped, and we measure from the furthest main wheel from the line. Add those two together, and that's your composite score. So then after that, it's basically airplane golf. You want the lowest score possible. And what you'll see is that National STOL has structured the classes in which airplanes are more competitive together. You are going to see some incredibly large aircraft doing incredibly short takeoffs and landings. You're also going to see some tiny aircraft take off and land in kind of insane distances. I actually have seen Dan Reynolds in the Chinook in the unlimited class land shorter than the airplane is long. Just wrap your head around that. So that's how it works. If you have questions, we'd love to hear them in the getting a fist bump here. We'd love to hear them in social, or if you're in person here, you can log on to nationalstol.com and add some questions into the social feed as well. But also, again, if you're here in person, and one of the amazing things about being here in person is you get to talk to the pilots after the competition is over and learn about how they fly. We really appreciate it. I want to go into social here and say hi to a few people. Angela Douglas says, hello, viewing from Pinedale, Wyoming, home of Rocky Mountain STOL. That's one I still have not made it to, and I cannot wait to be there. Kathy Spencer from Sanger, Texas says, we got you. I'm in Sanger, Texas. Can't wait to be there tomorrow. Kathy, we can't wait to have you here as well. And Angela also mentioning here that she loves the rivalry in the backcountry class, and that is a really fun thing. Burstix. Check out Burstix. This gentleman, Adam there to the stream, says, hey, let's go! Burstix. National STOL is actually, through partnership with this gentleman, Burstix, has done eSTOL, where if you want to learn what it's like to participate in a National STOL competition, you can actually do it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. They actually did this for the first time just early, like a month ago, I feel like, in October, early October, and you could actually watch it just like this National STOL event, and it was competitors from all over the world competing virtually in the simulator from their computers at home. That was super cool to see. That's something that I actually want to try to do the next time it comes up. So thanks for that. That's a cool little things that you can see happening here. Aviator Show says, woohoo, let's get it. I agree. Let's get this party started. In just a minute, the aircraft, if you look at the screen there, it looks like the pilots are gathering by their aircraft and getting all the bits and pieces figured out. So again, thank you very much to everybody who has been chiming in on social. Share it with your friends. Nationalstol.com. You can watch live, YouTube, Facebook, all of that greatness. Just checked in with race control to see what the status of the pilots is. And the feedback I got was that they were hungry and they wanted to eat lunch. And now they're all climbing into their aircraft in the race paddock. So we will see that kick off in just a minute. Let's talk a little bit about the conditions here at Sulphur Springs Municipal. If you want to follow along at home, if you have a sectional, maybe you have ForeFlight or Garmin, the electronic sectional programs, check out Kilo Sierra Lima Romeo. That's Sulphur Springs Municipal here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Elevation of 489 feet, And right now, we've got wind right down our runway, 180 degrees at 10 knots. Visibility, basically it's CAVU, 10 statute miles, clear below 12,000, 66 degrees Fahrenheit. So nice and summery for me being from Wisconsin. We've got a dew point of 4 degrees C, and our altimeter is 3029. And humidity, a nice, comfortable 37%. So thank you, Texas, for welcoming me with this wonderful weather. That wind, that 10 knots of wind at 180 is pretty perfect for a STOL competition. We always want wind on the nose of the aircraft, because obviously the more wind you have hitting the airplane, the slower it is flying over the ground. And just like that, we've got some aircraft taxiing past the broadcast booth. It's one of the MOACs built right here at this airport. That's Luke Spohr in the one with the gun racks. The gun racks make those go faster. And as we get things ready to go here for practice, You can see we've got some of those MOACs up there. We've got Brian Shirley up there. We've got Luke Spohr. And then we've got some other aircraft that I need to look up for you guys. Also, I think Patrick McIntyre's in the mix in his S7. Here comes Brian Steck past the booth. I am joined by two gentlemen in the booth right now. I've been told that they are the master historians of the airport. So I'm going to hand this mic to you, gentlemen. If you could just introduce yourself to the folks at home.
Hopkins County, been an aviator since I was about 20 years old here, been at Sulphur Springs. Known Darren Hart for over 35 years and was actively involved with Pat here, his master builder, with them and helped when they got Legend started and all the way up, and did their test pilot work stuff for them in the beginning, wrote some manuals for them and that stuff. So been around. And then Pat here is the master. Pat?
I don't know about the master or anything.
Master builder.
Danny's cutting himself a little short there, and he test flew the first airplanes we ever made. And anyway, we used to have a lot of fun together, flying the old AL3s. And so now things have really changed. We got into this STOL manufacturing, and it seems like everything we make now is for STOL takeoff and landing. So anyway, it's a lot of fun. Great airplane. That's Luke Spohr right there for takeoff.
Yeah, that's Darren's.
And I want to say just clearly, we're not being very fair to you because we ran out of stools and you're sitting much lower than we are. It looks a little weird at home if people can see us right now. Here goes Luke Spohr off short. That's a sub 75-foot takeoff already, and we're actually scoring practice so people can see at home. But talk to me more about that. When did the shift happen from? You kind of talk about like we're manufacturing for STOL now. I remember Legend aircraft as like a
light sport,
like a J3.
Yeah,
kind of clone.
we actually started it in the light sport of when we was trying to get into the light sport market when it first came out. So we're building aircraft for the 1320 and the 1430 market for the floats, and so that's what we were going after, and that was a good market. Sold a lot of airplanes there. But I really think the industry's starting to change some because now with the Mosaic coming out and some of the other stuff, we're able to fly the bigger airplanes, and with the different medicals they have now. So it's starting to see the change. So everybody's going to little bigger airplanes and all that. That was one of the biggest changes. Now, when that started, Pat knows a little bit more about that. What was it, about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, it's been about 4.5, 5 years ago. When we started building the XP, the bigger, the more engines, flapped airplanes, and anyway, we should probably talk more about the early days when we were starting, and we used to fly the AL3s, which they only cruise around 80 miles an hour. So we're flying those things back and forth to all the shows and Sun and Fun and Oshkosh. So it's about a 12-hour flight from here to Lakeland, Florida, and in a AL3, which is going 75, 80 miles an hour, and we got to stop about every 200 miles to get fuel. So you get to make a lot of friends on the way and do a lot of conversation.
Sure. We've got Brian Steck now on the line there. Tail up super high. That's tough for short. Can you talk to us about how you mentioned the changeover to the STOL stuff? What, for people who are not familiar with Legend aircraft or even with like the Cub type aircraft, can you talk a little bit what makes what we just saw, what Brian did and what Luke did earlier? What makes that possible? As much as you can share. I know there's some secret squirrel stuff happening too.
There's no secret to it, really. That's a lot of talent out there is what you see, and these guys can really fly these airplanes well. But the AL3, which is a great flying airplane, they're light, 800-pound airplane. They're going to take off easy, probably in 300 feet, just normal takeoff.
Yeah, one of the things we were doing back when we were building the AL3s and all, we were always interested over on the grass runway, how fast we could take off, how quick. I have a grass runway at my house. It's 1,800 foot long, and we were bouncing around in grass fields all around this area here. And so that was always an interest for us. And, you know, it finally came about that there was competitions going on and all that. We were kind of competing in some of the short field takeoffs at some of the airfields around at Canton and different places like that. And so it just kind of grew. And then Darren kind of grew more and more, and he got hooked up with Alaska bunch up there. And so he started building an airplane for that. And then the next thing you know, he's putting in airplanes for this contest here, there's a lot of fun in it. It's bringing fun back to aviation. You know, the Cub is not really the airplane you go, I go 1,200 miles and greet somebody and have fun with. It's the one where you go locally and you go out and try to compete and have fun with it and look for skills. Some of these guys, like Darren's son there, I was happy to be his instructor that signed him off for his private pilot's license. So I see students out here of mine, you know, and stuff like that. So I really enjoy that a lot. And as far as history on the airport, you know, that grass field over there, and we had a float plane area over there where we got into doing floats and flight instructing in the floats some. And at that time, we were Pat and them were building floats, the carbon fiber floats and stuff. We got into that for a little while and did that. We had a lot of lakes. You had Cooper Lake up here and this lake and Lake Fork and all. And so that was a little era of what they did there. And now this is kind of like another era, you know, getting into these STOL type aircraft here. And they're constantly working on stuff. We were working on stuff yesterday, checking the pulls on the props and different things like that. So it's just interesting, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, the best part about these airplanes, they're not what you call an airport to airport airplane. You can land them almost anywhere. And, you know, if you got a straight road or a straight field, anything, you can sit them down in your backyard if you got a big enough backyard, because they don't take hardly any runway. And that makes them a whole lot safer airplane. First of all, the glide ratio is like 15-to-1. So, you know, if you got 1,500 feet, you can fly for a mile without having them power, you know. So here comes who is that coming?
I think it's Brian Steck now.
Brian. Oh, that's a good.
That was a great one. He's getting it stopped now.
He got a good gust right there.
Yeah, and that's something, if you're new to national STOL or STOL competitions, I mean, these flags here, obviously we have to, you know, give credit to our sponsors, but the other benefit these flags give all of the competitors is they can watch them both for takeoff and landing and say, here comes some wind, now is a good time to launch. Or time, maybe less so on the landing, I suppose. You can't totally time your flare to a gust, but you can see if it's coming and anticipate it.
Yeah, you can almost see it. You can see that gust that was coming right there for him, and then it helped him right there and just get a little bit of a kick on that and set it down in and land. Real nice landing for that.
Now, I don't know if we can talk about it too much, but Brian Steck just landed, and he, I won't out anything he showed me, but he said, you guys are working on a new plane for him, which I saw. I won't say what it was. There he is right now, passing the booth.
Yeah.
So you're working on a new plane for him. There's a lot of aircraft being built at any given time here.
Yeah.
You know, actually, Brian's pretty much building that airplane himself. He's using our fuselage, but it's highly modified, and so he's putting a lot of touches into it of his own, which I won't divulge what that is, but some of y'all have seen some of it, and it's really going to be different. And as far as, of course, Brian, he's a high-performance guy, so that's Luke taking on.
Yeah, I'm hooraying for Luke because I signed off for his private pilot, so I'm really proud of him.
Oh, you gotta make sure he wins, and I'll root for him with you at least while you're sitting with me.
Now, Brian, we know Brian too, so he's hometown guy too.
He's okay too.
Yeah, he's okay.
I'm gonna go just real quick while we're chatting here. I'm gonna go to some folks in the chat virtually. Katrina says, viewing from England, home of tea. I guess that's true, but hello, Katrina in England. Thank you so much for chiming in. We looks like we have a lot of folks coming in from that eSTOL event where we did it virtually. Katrina's saying, hey everyone, eSTOL was awesome. Let's see if Justin can rip the Zenith like I did. That's really cool. So it's cool to have our STOL friends in the mix right now. Thank you so much for joining us all. Kathy Spencer saying she can't wait to watch the practice today. Wishing all the pilots the best. And we're already off to a pretty good practice. And I'm noticing, gentlemen, as we've been talking, the flag's starting to shift a little bit. We've got more of like a left crosswind for the pilots.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at as folks who are building and designing aircraft, you've been kind of from the start, you talk about those different eras. I'm curious what you think of when you see something like that, Patrick and the Rands.
Yeah.
You know, are you guys, when you're developing these aircraft, are you looking at the competition and saying, all right, Rands aircraft is doing this, Cub Crafters is doing that, or is it mostly just like, what do we think?
Well, mostly you're working with what you have. So we got to figure out what we can do to get the best out of what we can do with it. I mean, I know in the early days, VGs was the big thing. So we were putting VGs on them. We were like, oh man, this really gets us a lot more. You know, it slows the plane down. But also, I'll say this is when you've got VGs and you got all these extra capability to lift on these airplanes. When you start talking about crosswinds, now if you consider that the plane is stalling at 25 miles an hour, and you got a 15 gust to 20 mile an hour wind, you got a handful to land that, especially if you've got a crosswind. So those are some of the things these guys are looking at. They're always wanting to see that wind running straight down that runway because it's going to make it way more difficult to hold that thing because a gust and, you know, they're up in the air and it makes it very difficult, especially if you don't have enough rudder control to over control it on that.
Yeah, that was a short one. Let's look at that. I think the score will be so the first one that Luke practiced here was a scratch.
Scratch,
for the scores to pop in on his looks like
83
feet
83
for the takeoff, and the landing will be in just a second. So Luke putting down dropping the gauntlet just in practice already. Just hanging out here with us, and I'm watching him. He's checking his phone, probably getting some texts from someone on the sidelines, helping him figure out how it was going.
We won't say who.
Feed a little bit of information. Talk to me about one of the things that I feel is kind of exciting in terms of having you guys with us. Is, you know, I'm watching this plane sitting here right now, and I can see the slats moving a little bit as the air flows over it.
Yep.
And things.
That's the wind hitting it from behind. It's kind of pushing the slats forward a little bit. Yeah.
So for folks who don't know slats, I mean, how would you explain that to like my 5-year-old? Like, here's what slats do.
5-year-old might be a little difficult, but the way they actually work is once the angle of attack comes up on the wing, it allows the relative airflow to hit lower on the portion of the wing and go on over rather than braking. So it decreases that angle of attack there by doing it in the relative wind. So as it comes up, it gives it the airflow to move through that wing and go on and produce some more lift. Of course, VGs are big because VGs, they turn angles on there. So anytime you increase the speed of the wind flow over the wing, it lowers the pressure, which it has a higher pressure on bottom, lower pressure on top. It allows it to lift. So sometimes you'll see VGs on the vertical going back there because they want more airflow across their rudder so they can have more rudder control on them, which some of these guys may need in a crosswind here. Then the big tires. I remember the first time we did the test on these big tires, Pat, I wasn't really a fan of them because it made it more difficult for me in flight instructing my students, because when the big tire hits the concrete out here, it almost pulls the airplane left or right if both the tires don't hit at the same time, and then wants to give you a shove nose forward. So when I was teaching with them, I didn't like seeing the big tires on the guys I had to teach with the big tires, unless they already had experience, you know, in this. Scratched on that. Okay.
Scratching that.
But if you notice when he came in just then, Ryan, his rudder was just doing like left and right. He's trying to, that wind, like you said, is starting to get a little cross on us. You can see the other windsock out there. So he's starting to catch some of those gusts, and he's holding that plane where he needs it. So that's one of the things they got to really do. They got to stay on top of their game here, coming in that slow, because a gust can do a lot to you when you're down at 25 and 30 miles an hour. A 15-mile-an-hour gust is
It's a big
half your speed,
right.
you know, and it does a lot more to the airplane. See, he's got VGs on his vertical going up there on that one.
Oh, sure.
That'll help him give a little more rudder control on that. But I love the slats. Also, they've done some things to some of the airplanes and extended the wings. And these wing tips out here, I like the wing tips that Brian has on his. I have those same wing tips on my airplane also. And he's got VGs on his vertical too. And then we're looking at longer ailerons, deeper ailerons and stuff like that to give you better control at slower speeds. So, and everybody's got their own formula.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the exciting things about National STOL has been watching over the past couple of years of the sports, no pun intended, taken off a little bit, is people starting to find their formula, right? And we talk about that in the unlimited class, which is a little bit of a different thing than when we have like the more factory-built aircraft, right? Like Steve Henry, for example, high horsepower and lightness versus Hal Stockman, who's just kind of like I always call him like the Lotus of like where he's like, I'm just gonna go with lightness. He's starting to add horsepower. Look at that now. Big sport.
Nice little bounce there on his takeoff.
Something happened when Brian came in that I wanted to mention just real quick was that he did end up scratching, but if the tail wheel touches down before the line, but the mains don't, we're cool with it. That's totally fine.
Right.
So what you'll see is people like Brian.
Nice takeoff there.
That was really nice. Brian Shirley there. People that are really experienced in the series, if conditions are right, they'll put that tail down to try to get some drag on the aircraft from the ground to help them slow down.
Yeah.
People always ask about, is that legal? And it is in the competition.
Yes.
As long as it's big tires and main tires clear the line, he's okay.
Yeah. I want to look at some of the scores. Again, these are just practice scores. Brian Steck, best in practice so far, combined score of 134. Luke Spohr, 169. And then we've got Brian Shirley in the other MOAC at 179. And then I'm looking down here, Patrick McIntyre in the S7, 209. And I think we've got another Cub in here somewhere, but I'm not seeing it on the sheet. Now, in normal competition, Patrick would not be competing against the planes he's flying with right now. He's in the sport class, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah. See,
Notice that Brian Steck, he had to back up there. He went past the line, so he's got a reversible pitch prop, so he can back it up. And
yeah, he got a little kick for that gust then, too. Did you see him turn a little crooked there? So that gust hit him.
He uses that prop to stop, so when on his landings, he can reverse that prop once he touches the ground, and it stops him immediately without having to worry about nosing over. So and he can get hard on the brakes and hit the prop at the same time. So that's a big advantage. And
I've heard that. I was talking to Austin Clemens, who's kind of the first person to do that in his Husky, in the circuit anyway. And I asked him, like, everyone says it's the silver bullet for you. It's unfair. And he's like, I don't think he said dude, but he's young, so I'll say he was like, dude, like the workload's real high. Like the pilot workload, when you add that in.
Whoa, that's nice.
That was nice.
Yeah.
The pilot workload of having the reversible pitch prop is a lot higher, though, so it's not exactly just like I have an unfair advantage. You have to activate it and actuate it.
got a lot to do.
Well, a lot to do in the
and I talked to Brian about it because I fly, jets and King Airs and stuff like that, and I was asking him, say, well, can you bring it back into beta and flatten the prop and then go into reverse with it from there? And he said, oh, no, it's got to be below 1,200 RPMs before I can engage it, and then I can power it. So he said sometimes if you got real big gusts of wind like this, he said, I don't even get an opportunity to use it, because he's got power on bringing it into that wind. He's not below 1,200 RPM. So by the time he gets from that point down on the ground to 1,200 RPMs to engage it, he's already stopped.
Right. And we've also seen where pilots will touch down and then they'll try to engage it, but they aren't below 1,200.
That's
and
right.
They apply throttle thinking they're going to be
And then
reverse thrust, and they're moving down,
yeah.
and they kind of bork their...
and that's what the guy was telling you about. The workload gets kind of heavy. Oh, no. You got this, and you're 20 foot off the ground.
Right.
So the workload's extremely heavy at that point.
Every limb doing something and many fingers also doing something, and your
Yeah.
toes at the
Yeah.
same time. A
Yeah.
lot of...
Your feet,
Yeah.
the rudders, your feet, brakes, then your hands on the controls to keep the wings level, keep it where you need to be, another hand on the throttle, and then you're trying to use a push button to go into reverse.
Right.
Yeah.
God Center didn't come on wanting to change your squawk, right?
That's true.
Going to check in with our stream here. Diffusal says, missing Corey on your feed sees next level fun and informative. I agree. Corey Robin, normally on the mic with me. Corey, if you're watching this, we miss having you here at Lonestar STOL. He's a good buddy, and great to see him flying when he's flying. Let's see, who else we got here? You guys in Texas? The local is on with Ryan Sound Texan. Accurate. That is an accurate observation. We are in Texas right now. So, yeah, my Midwestern accent, my Wisconsin accent is probably sticking out a little bit here.
Well, I'm sure my Texas accent's making up for it.
There we go. And then also here we Diffusal adding Brian Steck Beast Mode. Yeah, the nice
Yes.
feller. Yeah, he's really kicking it around.
So how is Brian? How did he come out here now?
We got Brian's still 134. Here's landing right now. Get it over the line. We got
He got it.
drop.
He got it.
Sub 100 foot.
Did you see that gust that hit him right there? Yeah. I believe Brian's got hit by a gust almost every time he's came in. Yeah.
Raised the wing. He raised the wing.
Yeah, it raised the wing on it. Yeah, and you can see our wind shifting now. We probably got, what, at least 10, 15 degree crosswind? Something like that.
If the weather has updated here. Let's see if we have updated winds, because I'm curious what it's doing.
It may be variable because I see the windsock out there kind of shifting around a little bit.
Yeah.
So it may be a variable wind.
Yeah, I mean, the METAR only updated 35 minutes ago is now 170, so slightly
10 degrees off.
10 degrees different.
Yeah.
11 knots. We got an extra knot and 10 degree shift. So not huge, but that's just a static observation. That's not live.
Yeah, the live observation I watch is the tail of that windsock.
the actual...
When it starts flipping up like this, you know it's gusting. And it's not steady. It'll flip up every now and then. So those are pretty good gusts. And of course, you can see it in the little flags down the side too. See the windsock's moving left and right. That's what they're feeling when they're coming in, and it's hitting the airplanes pretty good there, especially at those low speeds. See, you can see somebody out there in the distance on our grass runway over that runway over there is 2,800 foot long. We built that several years ago. It's now a certified grass runway, or was certified. I think they're still kept it up. Yeah. That's a good practice area for them to be over there. We use right-hand traffic over there, and then they can still run over here on this field.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe it's obvious because I do STOL work, but I love nothing like a grass strip.
Yeah.
I think people, if you're watching and you're a pilot, maybe you're even nervous about landing on grass. I mean, I've even had my 172 off some of the grass strips in the area in the Milwaukee and kind of like general Wisconsin area, and it's a blast. So,
oh yeah, I mean, we love it. That's where we stayed and played all the time, was over on the grass field out there. There's an interesting airplane.
Yeah, it's Levi Nogas just taxied by in his, I think it's a 3/4 scale
Storch. Yeah.
Really interesting airplane there. And then who else do we got rolling up here? We got some Flying Cowboy.
Let's get down the line.
think we got
I think that's
Jerry Clemens and a Husky.
That's Jerry Clemens, I think, as it is.
So normally when we have this tomorrow, everyone's organized by classes, so it's real easy to tell who's who. But we've got, look how many people we've got just on practice. 40 competitors, so we're looking at airplanes and a list of 40 names and trying to figure out who is that. Some of them, like Levi, he flies in that storage. It's very, it's like,
yeah.
I think the only one I know that's flying. Real easy to identify. And we could cheat a little bit with Dwayne because it's Clemens Aviation Insurance on the door when he taxied by. So that one was easy to tell, too.
Yeah, this will be my first time to actually compete in the STOL today. I'm going to be in the original Legend Cub. No flaps, 100 horse, just a Cinchnik ground adjustable prop. And she's a little bit on the fat side, so.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So when I think about that, right, so I trained in vintage J3s out of Hartford, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
1940s versions of the plane that you're flying.
Yeah.
What did you change? Obviously, it's a brand new construction. It's not, almost 100 years old, but what was changed? What was different about the Legend version of that aircraft?
Oh, we did quite a few things that made the Legend better than the J3. Number one, we widened the fuselage 3 inches.
Yeah.
That was the first thing we did.
Well, we put electronics on it so it's electric start.
Yeah, we got electric
That's
start, so you don't
difference.
have to do that. We put the doors and windows on both sides because that made I owned a Stearman at the time, and I love flying the open cockpits. If I want to open cockpit on a Legend, I just open both doors and windows on both sides, and it's almost as good as a Stearman.
Man.
And of course, electric start did. We had radios in there, and the engine improvement. We got the bigger engine on it.
It had real brakes.
It had real brakes.
Does it have toe brakes?
No,
Still the heel brakes?
no, heel brakes.
But they work. Heel brakes, but they work. Okay, fair.
Yeah, they're good brakes we had on the airplane. What's some of the other things we changed on it? We put didn't really put bigger tires on in the beginning. We put 800 by 6s on, or you could get 600 by 6s, either one, whichever you wanted. And we put a standard wood. We had a standard wood prop, or you had the Cinchnik metal prop.
We put several different prop selections, but
I think I tested over 15 different props back in the day.
yeah, I don't know. We had a lot of changes. Oh, that was a nice takeoff Levi did.
Yeah, we even experimented with the Jabiru engine in the day.
One time we offered different engine options. We had a Jabiru for a while, which was a 6-cylinder, 125 horse.
Wow. Okay.
And they didn't work out too well for us. We built a few. They had a heating problem because it was a 6-cylinder. And our airplane really didn't go fast enough to keep all 6 cylinders cool, to be honest with you.
Oh,
because,
sure.
Yeah, we were still running 80 miles an hour, right? So there's not a whole lot of airflow at 80 miles an hour. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to one of the competitors, Nick Ardillo, gave me a ride after Nashville, after Music City STOL a couple months ago, and he's got one of the kind of Cub type aircraft, and it was sunset, grass strip, like kind of all those little pieces, those pieces of magic that show up, and I was like, oh, thanks for reminding me about that. Like, that brought me back to my training. When you talked about having both doors being able to open, that feels like it would exactly be what I need.
Yeah, it's really nice. And then if you close both doors and both windows, you also gain an extra 10 miles an hour.
That's not inconsequential in a Cub type.
So if you want to go with the windows open, it's going to cost you 10 miles an hour. If you want to go, I remember when I was testing the 23s and 31, these Tundra tires, it cost us about 5 miles an hour for the Tundra tires.
Sure.
So everything you did to that little airplane, it wound up costing you some speed. Oh, and by the way, we saw the first Cubs with autopilots in them.
Oh wow! Okay, there you go. Well, if you're going that slow, it helps to. There's a little bit of reverse.
There's your reverse.
Coming in.
Yeah.
Talk to me. I mean, you mentioned earlier that the company's been seeing a lot of success with the STOL market. Are people still buying the classic like AL3 Cub?
We get an order occasionally. Not many anymore. We actually kind of saturated the market. You know, for a long time there, we built a lot of AL3s, and
a lot.
it was a good choice for people that wanted a nice old Cub, but they wanted it more modern. So consequently, we sold a lot of safer. We sold a lot of AL3s.
Yeah, one of the.
I remember we first started building them. We decided, or Darren did and Tim did, they just said, you know, we don't want to sell this airplane until we know we can build it. So that was the premise that we went on. So we finally decided that we could build the airplane, and we went to Sun and Fun for the first time in 2005, I guess it was.
Yeah.
We took 2 airplanes to Sun and Fun, and all of a sudden we sold 16 airplanes that day, and we said, oh my gosh.
Yeah, but Pat, you remember we had a special price on them. You remember what the price was? No, go ahead and say.
No, there's a lot of people that sold them and made money out of it.
Yeah, well, I know, but back in the day, they were a lot cheaper than they are today. I
They
mean,
were well south of $100,000. So, and you couldn't restore a Cub for that at the time. So why buy an old Cub when you could have a new Cub? So basically, we sold a lot of airplanes at Sun and Fun the first year we actually put them on the market. And
yeah, and I did the demo rides down there for them. So we all flew to Sun and Fun, and then when we got down there, I took the airplane and then flew it in the Sun and Fun in the demo flight deal, and then went down south a little ways, and I gave rides all day long.
we went to South Lakeland. We got to where,
Sure.
And
we got to where we were having to do so many demo rides. 2 or 3 of us had to go over and fly different airplanes.
yeah,
At the same time, we were giving demo rides in 3 or 4 different airplanes. So, and that was fun, you know.
oh yeah, there's no telling how many hours I flew that day. My tongue was hanging out by the end of the day, you know. And you let these guys fly the airplane, and you never really knew who you were getting in the airplane with at the time, you know, and you let them fly. And there was other companies down there, and we were all in the traffic pattern, you know, and then we'd go fly out and let them fly and then come back into the pattern and pick up the next one. And we were dressed in our little uniforms back in that day. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Oh, well.
I don't know.
Yeah, we had uniforms.
Well, now, you didn't wear one of them, did you?
I didn't have to wear the boots. I didn't have to wear the boots. That's a story in itself.
Yeah. We had the old World War I aviation uniform, that like a pilot's uniform. We had special pants made with the little pockets on them. We had boots that was up to your knees, like riding boots.
Okay.
And uncomfortable. And I had the little skinny tie and the shirt on, and I was flying the airplane in these boots, knee-high boots.
Ouch.
Still got them?
I still got them. I should have wore them today just for the.
But that's why you sold 16 of them in one day or whatever you said, because it was the boots, clearly.
I don't know if it was the boots or not, but we had nostalgic, and our display was set up, looked like an old tin barn hanger.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we really did a lot of work, and there was a lot of people around Sulphur Springs who just donated work and helped work. We were all aviation friends at the airport. We were really into the airport out here and the EA chapter and all, and everybody pitched in and helped. And I mean,
That display we had set up, it really was. It was impressive. We won the best display that year. They gave us a plaque because it was like a Quonset hut hangar, and it had like the door open and a J3 painted back in the background, and it was an impressive display. Plus, we had 2 airplanes set up there for anybody could crawl in them, and you know, it was a fun time.
We had a lot of fun, We even had a lot of fun flying down. On the way down, we would stop and go in places like Tallahassee. We went into the Indian reservation down in Louisiana and spent the night with them and gave those guys rides down there. So it was a lot of fun back in the day.
Got a pretty impressive lineup of aircraft here on our screen. You can see looks like we've got Jerry up front, and then I got to identify all these aircraft. I noticed Levi in the storage. I don't know if you guys were noticed this as well. Very early on when I first talked to him, I asked him about the gear. Like, they've got so much travel. He said that sometimes it feels like it's actually a disadvantage because when the airplane's flying, the gear's still touching the ground because it just extends and extends forever. And the last approach you just did, I noticed that he was kind of like touching the ground that whole time, but the plane was kind of flying anyway, within that gear travel. So there goes Jerry now in the Husky.
That's a just aircraft. That's a just aircraft. I don't know who's flying it. Who's that number 11?
That's David Curley.
Oh, that's
Levi.
yeah. That's Curly. We had dinner with last night.
Oh, is it? That's who we had dinner with us? Okay.
So, David Curley, you're correct. 2017 Just Aircraft Highlander in that OD green.
Yeah.
For folks at home who don't know, it's
Looks
powered by
coming
the
in.
Rotax 912. Oh, look at that. Is that a CB?
Yeah, it looks like a CB.
That's a really unique amphibious aircraft that's on the hard surface right now. That must be what we were waiting for to kick off practice. We want to let the transient aircraft visit. If I'm not mistaken, because I'm a little bit of a nerd, a lot of those, particularly in Canada, have been converted to Corvette engines.
Really?
V8s from Corvettes in them. And make them super CBs. Look at that thing.
They had Franklin, 220 horse Franklins, if I'm not mistaken, what they came built with. So that's a pretty one. That's a beautiful CB too.
Yeah, look at that thing go. I like the, it feels like you're a little transported back in time with that. It's got that, like, old-timey shape.
Well, that's one thing that our little airport draws here. We always were bragging about it because we got 5,000-foot concrete runway. We got a 2,800-foot grass runway, and we got a 1,200-acre lake.
And we got the Red Barn across the street.
And a place to eat right across the street.
Now, if I were to come in an amphib or a seaplane, is there a ramp that I can get out of the lake?
Not anymore. It used to be. We had a ramp right at the end of this taxiway down here. You could have taxied right on up through it. And we also used that when we were doing the float planes. We had the floats on the trailer, and we just backed the trailer down in the water and then released the float planes. Because we had some float planes that were float only, weren't amphib, so we had to put them in the water. And at one time we had across there by our grass field, you could have taken the float plane up into there's a little bay area in there. You could have pulled up to a dock over there and tied up over there, being close to the grass runway.
There we go. Nice aggressive takeoff there.
This little Rams will be, yeah. I've flown these. They're good flying little airplanes. I meant Highlander. That's the one from Just, is it? There you go. Look at that. Nice.
TV stations here. Channel 7, right there. Yep.
Here's Levi now.
Look at that gust hitting him.
That gear's
Yeah,
flashy, isn't it?
yeah. Kind of rocking. The wind's kind of rocking that gear left and right, wasn't it? You know, we might be getting a shift more down the runway now again.
And it
Looks
feels
like
like it's picked up more. I feel like
Yeah.
I get the windsock, the main windsock is sticking up a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's flatter. And then we've got a little more ripple on our sponsor flags here. Chris Miller now.
Nice.
Upcrafted. That was short. That was
Very good.
sub 75.
Well done.
His first takeoff in practice was 90 feet, but followed up by a scratch. See what this one comes in at. I want to see what the shortest takeoff we've seen so far today. Brian Shirley had a 61-foot takeoff. He may be the shortest so far. Yeah, Chris Miller there, who took off just before this, 68-foot takeoff. That's
Wow.
nice and short. And Brian Shirley in the MOAC actually kind of took the lead there among the other two the Legend aircraft. He had a combined shortest of 128. That's nothing to sneeze at.
And who was that?
That was Brian Shirley earlier in the earlier
Okay.
kind of heat. So he's currently in. If you could score, put people in places for practice, I guess he's in first place for practice.
For
today.
practice.
Oh, they'll come down.
Oh.
Well, it's interesting. We talk about this a lot, right? Like, what do you see in practice? And obviously, part of it is for the pilots that aren't from here. Like, we've got, Luke was kind of flexing during the pilot briefing. He's like, this is my home airport.
Yeah.
Like, I'm used to it. He's very comfortable here. Oh, yeah, it's probably Brian Shirley over there kind of still practicing on the normal turf runway. And look at Mr. Clemens coming in. Got that tail down.
Nice.
She's gonna call it a
she
scratch.
scratched it.
It'll be interesting to see his son compete against him tomorrow. I believe Austin's coming in still today. And low and to your right, folks.
We got
over the lake.
And we got one coming in way out there.
David Curley. Safe.
Oh, yeah.
Felt like he had a lot of energy coming
Yeah.
over the line.
Yeah, he had to roll off that energy.
So Luke Spohr, who you signed off,
Yeah.
as a practice, third place, but he's your favorite to win tomorrow in his class.
Yeah, I kind of have to side with him a little bit there. And his father and his mother and him, and getting a chance to instruct him, it was a great privilege for me.
Here's Levi now coming in, just hovering it in.
He's got it going his way. Come on. Oh, he got it.
says it's
He
good.
got it. Very good.
Looks like a 97, 98 foot, something like that. We'll see.
The Centurion just landed. Okay.
See what that Centurion does. Not sure what our air bosses think of that. Maybe just zipping through there is no factor. Our competition airplanes are slow, so you got time to taxi in the front.
Yes.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is Chris Miller coming in next in the Cub Crafter.
Look, check that one on the runway there. I hope he's not going to cut across. And he is.
He's going to stop, though. He figured it out. What is that over there, that little guy?
I don't know.
Good over the line for the Cub. Alpha Papa, yeah, that's James Barkheimer. Which then I believe this may be Chris Miller. Well, I'll figure it out. We'll find the end number and we'll figure it out. What's great about Lonestar STOL is we have a lot of new competitors. Yeah, Papa Golf.
Oh, nice.
Really good one there. Got to keep it straight.
Yeah.
Heavy on the brakes there.
Mustang 2? Yeah. Little Mustang 2 cut across there.
Chris Miller put in a 68-foot takeoff that run. And a 141-foot landing. So that, as you know, we talk about practice. That's a place for Chris to improve for tomorrow. His takeoff, right. Incredibly short.
Yeah.
Now we got to get the landings down and short as well. Because that takeoff is one of the shortest takeoffs of the day. So it's nothing to throw away there. I'm looking at, yeah, like we said, Brian Shirley had 61 feet. That was the shortest. So it's the second shortest takeoff there for Chris Miller.
And that was the MOAC too, wasn't it? That's a heavier airplane too.
Yeah, so
the he
MOAC,
did really well.
Brian Shirley in the MOAC was 61 feet.
I mean, that says a lot to take an airplane that weighs that much versus a lighter airplane and be able to get it off. He did some talent there to get that machine off the ground.
I want to be mindful about, you said you got to do some practice.
Yep.
When are you going to cut loose and go?
I'm about ready to cut loose.
Oh, okay. I want to make sure you have
They're
time to
getting me excited out here, so I'm about ready to cut loose and go get my airplane and get in line. But thank you for having us today, and I'm really enjoying this. This is my first time to actually be in an event, so I'll be in the rookie class today.
Okay, well, we'll be rooting for you.
You'll
Enjoy
see
the time.
2.5 kilo golf.
Okay.
And we'll see if I can do any good at all.
Oh, you'll do great, I'm sure. So I just want to thank you so much for sharing all the history and a little bit of the background of the airplanes that are being built here. We really appreciate it. And, yeah, good luck during practice today.
Yeah. And if you want to hear the real stories, we can't put those on air. So some of the crazy stuff we've done over the days, and we can't speak about it publicly, though.
Okay. Well, maybe tonight, you and I around the campfire, we can work on some of that stuff.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Have fun. Looks like we've got some transient traffic coming in. Got a Cherokee coming in right there. Woo! He's going for it. Now, look at that takeoff there for Jerry Clemens. Pulled a little early, and the airplane wasn't ready to fly. And then you see there, he actually extended a little bit further down the runway. But that's what practice is all about. I want to check in with our friends on social. JV watching from Burlington, Wisconsin. I'm not too far from there. where I live. So thank you so much for watching from Wisconsin. JV. Another Carbon Cub EX off the line with the Flying Cowboy on the back. That was James Barkheimer with a 102-foot takeoff. That's his best takeoff of practice. Chris Miller now at the line in 6'3" Papa Golf. That tail nice and high, dropped the flaps, and yanked it at just the right time. That may be the shortest takeoff of practice. Brian Shirley again in the MOAC with 61 feet, and there we go. Chris Miller, 59-foot takeoff. If you're in the crowd, that one deserves a round of applause. That was short. Now we'll have to see what Chris Miller can do as he comes back around. Levi Nogas in the storage. Rotax 912 powered. He's got those flaps down. Watch the gear. Watch how he floats up. He's already getting lift, floating, and he's airborne. See some conferring with the judges. That takeoff for Levi Nogas, they're saying 111. Holding it off there. Tails on the ground. That's a scratch, though, for Jerry. Dave Curley now dropping it in. Nice and short there as well. That'll be in the sport class, if I'm not mistaken. Alex Wench in the chats saying, I think about Levi, those wheels hang low. While we continue in practice here, I want to make sure we take some time again to thank our sponsors, Ladd Gardner Insurance, Legend Aircraft. It's such a pleasure talking to those two gentlemen about kind of the dawn of Legend Aircraft and how they've evolved over the years. Hartzell Propeller, Sarasota Avionics, USATrailersDirect.com, Duke Propeller, Lift Aviation USA, AirTech Coatings, Factory 10 Aerospace, Aero LED, Rugged Radios, FlightHelmet.com, Flight Outfitters, Committee Coffee, Aviation, Flying Eyes Optics, Acme Aero, Pappy Aero, getting it stopped on those big big tires right now. And Behringer, those are our annual sponsors of National STOL. And locally, folks, bringing Lonestar STOL to you today and tomorrow, Etos Incorporated, Clemens Insurance, Nottingham, Sulphur Springs Dodge. Go check out, they've got some big trucks. You're in Texas, you need a big truck. Go check them out. Lima Bravo Aviation, Fix and Feed, Garmin Aviation, Thrust Flight. A little bit of a bounce there. You add that throttle, you got to deal with the extra momentum. CNB Bank, Texas Heritage National Bank, and Grocery Supply Company. That's everyone who's been bringing this practice session for 2023 Lonestar STOL to you here at home in Texas and in your homes on the interwebs. And in the social crowd, or in the crowd, actually, you know what you can do, folks? If you're in the crowd, go to nationalstol.com. You can actually watch the stream, see all the camera angles that we're using. But you can also participate in the chat, and I would love to hear in the chat and the socials, as it were, what is your favorite STOL aircraft? Let us know in the chat what your favorite is. One of my favorites, I think because it looks so weird, is this Storch that Levi No Guest flies. But I also have a soft spot for the heavies, the 180s, the 185s, the 205s. Seeing them land short is insane. Look at Levi now, just hanging it. Lexi's calling it a scratch, but man, that was a masterclass in aircraft control. A little bit more wind off the nose now. Last time we pulled the weather observation, we had 11 knots. Let's see if it's changed at all. Still tracking 11 knots, but it hasn't updated. It's from 70 minutes ago. A lot can change in 70 minutes when it comes to airplanes. I feel like we're probably in the 11 to 14 range based on the windsock. We'll have to see when it updates what the difference is. Density altitude is climbing up a little bit. It's up to 918. That's not super critical when we're so low and so cool. It's not like when we're in Pinedale where we have, we're in the mountains. That's a bigger affect on aircraft performance. Looks like we have a new round of competitors coming up for practice right now. Adam Gordon in that Carbon Cup, taxiing past all of you here, followed by a Patriot aircraft, 150 Sierra Papa. That's a name you might recognize if you like to watch videos on the internet. That's Trevor Aldridge, a.k.a. Dozen, former Thunderbird pilot, U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds. 6 Mike Charlie, Mike McClendon, and another legend aircraft here, Kilo Charlie. That's Chuck Olmsted. I hear another aircraft taxiing up. Yes, I see a nose. It's the first nose dragger of the competition. A 150 Aerobat. So this plane actually is built to do aerobatics. 7-1 Mike. Not seeing that on my sheet right now. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Sometimes we get late registrants. 7-1 Mike, Trevor Smith. That's a 1970 Cessna Aerobat from Denton, Texas. There went Adam Gordon. And Dozen taxing up to the line. Trevor Aldridge in the Patriot. Patriot aircraft, a relatively newer design. Started seeing them a few years ago. Get the throttle figured out there for Trevor. Brakes released. Tails up. He's off short. I think it's safe to say that's very different flying than he was doing in the Thunderbirds. That's a 90-foot takeoff for Trevor. Adam Gordon, by the way, was off in 79 feet. Here's the mall now. Mike McClendon. This is another one of those classic STOL aircraft. Look at all the VGs on the front of that wing. If an aircraft bounces like that aircraft was bouncing, we take the measurement from the last time the tires touch, or I guess technically leave the ground. Chuck Olmsted now in the Legend Cub off sub 125. And from Denton, Texas, here's the Aerobat, piloted by Trevor Smith. To me, it's always really exciting to see how... Look at, he's already got the nose off the ground, digging in deep. The mains come off. They're saying about 160 or 176 feet, I'm going to guess. And I just want you to think about that. When's the last time you took off a Cessna in 177 feet is what I just heard. And Brandon Korn on the hard surface. He is your current leader in the touring class for National STOL 2023. Really great to see him arrive. And that one RC guy sharing my enthusiasm for the 150 says, woohoo, 150. I agree. Right now we've got our live weather up, 13 knots. That doesn't feel right based on the direction there. Carbon Cub coming in. It's good over the line, but you give up. The further from the line you are, the more distance you're giving up. But a solid first landing for X-Ray Whiskey there. That's Adam Gordon. So remember, Adam Gordon had a 79-foot takeoff. and a 167-foot landing with a combined score of 246 for his first run in practice. And I believe we've got the Patriot aircraft piloted by none other than Trevor Aldridge. 90-foot takeoff in the Patriot. Holding it off. He's good over the line. Getting it stopped. Now high and to your right, check out the mall. Different approach. Maybe what we'd call a more classic landing approach. And I'm looking at the windsocks. It looks like we're changing around a little bit in wind direction here. Here's the mall now. Coming in. Tails right on the line. It's good. Got to get it heavy on the brakes and watch them just lock up. That aircraft kind of famous for STOL flight. And if you're looking around sometime, check it out. They have a famous thing with a hangar. You should look up, search for mall hangar on Google and see what turns up. Now a Legend Cub just, I don't think you could have gotten lower with the main wheels there. It's good over the line. That stick is coming full back to provide some aerodynamic braking and help keep the tail down while you're heavy on the brakes. You got to make sure you don't have too much forward momentum and end up on your nose. That is the one little risk that you have with the tail wheel aircraft. And now to your right, folks, check it out. It's the 150, or as that one RC guy said in the chat, 150. The Aerobat. So that means that airplane can go upside down. It's kind of cool for a 150. Sorry, 150. It's good. Wheels are down. Look at all the dirt. He's just kicking up with those wheels locked up. Just kicking up mud. And I fly a 172, and I don't know if I've ever landed the 172 in less than 225 feet. So that is nothing to sneeze at. And it's time for round two. Let's look at the scores in this practice round here at Lonestar STOL in Sulphur Springs. Trevor Aldridge taxiing by me right now, 214. Adam Gordon with 246. Chuck Olmstead with 290. That's not Chuck Olmstead in front of you, though, folks, if the mall's in front of you right now. That's Chuck Olmstead there in the Legend Cub. He's got a combined score of 290. Let's check out the 150, 397, which is a pretty incredible score for a 150. So nice job, Trevor Smith, on that. Here's Dozen now coming up to the line. Got the release from the air bosses. Yanking those flaps. You can see If you watched Trevor, his left hand grabbed that flap handle, and the flaps are one of the control surfaces of the aircraft. They increase lift and drag, and on takeoff there, if you've got the flying speed, if you time it right, you pull on that flap handle, gives you a little burst of lift, and into the sky you go. Here's the mall now. Mike McClendon, first takeoff, 252 feet, combined score of 399. Off shorter this time. If I remember correctly, he had some bouncing action. And I'm hearing 137 for Mike McClendon, so shaved off over 100 feet on that takeoff. So big improvement here in practice for him. Chuck Olmsted now at the line in the Legend Cup. Beautiful blue, red, white, off nice and short. They're talking about around 100 feet. Maybe they'll call it 101. 102 is what I heard over the radio there, so great takeoff for Chuck. That's a 21-foot improvement since his first practice run, and now the 150. Best takeoff so far, 177 feet. Oh, hold it off. That tail was dragging. I do believe it touched down a second time, so we'll have to see what the actual final distance was on there.
Hey, this is Scott. Can I get a short break?
219 for Trevor Smith on that one. So actually not as good as his first takeoff, but he yanked pretty aggressively there on the yoke. So you hear, let's do a little bit of aviation vocabulary. The stick, everyone I think knows what a control stick looks like. It's just a stick you move around in the cockpit. But a yoke looks more like a car steering wheel. It still moves forward and back and rotates side to side, just like an airplane should, but it looks a little more steering wheely. That's a very technical term. Getting those brakes locked up, getting it stopped. Lexi said, I don't know if that was a scratch or not, so it was close. Here comes Dozen now. It's good over the line. Now he's got to get it stopped. At least that left main totally locked up. So interesting thing that could happen, just happened to Trevor Aldridge, is takeoff improved by 4 feet with a takeoff of 86 feet. That's one of the shorter ones we've seen today, but his landing did not get it stopped as quickly, 146 feet. So actually 20 feet longer. The mall's down now, heavy on those brakes. Look at it, just locking them up. Now a little bit of feedback for people. If you talk to the pilots, let them know that I said this. In competitive setting, when we're not practicing, you got to stop no matter what. If you do not stop, you disqualify yourself for a number of other awards, like most consistent. It's also going to not help you on the performance index score. Chuck Olmstead with a scratch. And that leaves my new personal favorite of the day, the 150, off on short final there. And that one looked good to me. Oh, scratch is what Lexi's calling it. If I'm not mistaken, she held her fingers up and said, by this much. And they're taxing by the booth again. 100 X-Ray Whiskey with the belly pod on that Carbon Cub. That's something we've talked a lot about this season. These Carbon Cubs with the belly pods, they always seem to do really well. And I don't know if it's because the pilots fly a lot, and that's why they have the belly pod, or Josh Richling, the chief mechanic, the crew chief for Steve Henry, has told me that he believes that those belly pods actually create an aerodynamic benefit to the aircraft, and the little extra weight with the lift they create actually kind of offsets it. It's kind of an interesting theory. If you're an aerodynamic engineering student or professional, chime in with that on the social chat for us. Gearing up for another go-round on practice here. Adam Gordon off. The last takeoff was 108 feet, and he's improved it 62 feet. That's a round of applause, folks, for Adam Gordon there. That is our second best takeoff of the day here in practice. Brian Shirley again with 61 feet. Here's Dozen now, heavy on the throttle. He's going, he's off short too. Got those flaps timed perfectly. 71-foot takeoff for Trevor Aldridge in the Patriot aircraft. Here's the Mall now. Mike McClendon. Remember, tomorrow during actual competition, a lot of these aircraft will not be competing against each other. This is just for the competitors to practice. They have to go to a pilot briefing in the morning, and then they're told, go as many times as you want, as long as you want during the practice window. And there is some care taken. Look at that nice takeoff there, a little bit long. There is some care taken within the practice heats to make sure that slower airplanes are not necessarily in the front of the pack. For safety, you want the slowest airplanes in the back of the pattern. And the 150 is off. And I'm hearing we have a special treat for us. We have an interview with pilot Patrick McIntyre. Let's go to that.
So I'm flying a Rans S7. I've got the TK1 shocks up front, and I've got the Acme Stinger on the tail. So I'm flying a Rans S7. I've got the TK1 shocks up front, and I've got the Acme Stinger on the tail. I sent my plane off. I had a new cuff put on the wing, and I had the flap handle moved. So I'm loving those additions. Plane's flying. It's a lot of fun to fly.
We're here in the paddock with Patrick and the yellow friend. It's got a name, huh?
Little yellow friend.
So talk to me about how practice went for you out there.
It was good. Yeah. It's a little bit windy, but it's not gusty, so plane wasn't falling out or anything. I think tomorrow we're just hoping for good weather. I mean, that's the main thing, so that we can fly and keep it safe. But it's kind of nice. Today and tomorrow we're forecasted to have headwinds right down the runway. I just want to go out with do the best I'm capable of, and not bend any metal.
Is there anyone back at home, anyone you like to thank?
Hey, hi to my wife Kelly, my kids Chase and Tanner at home. Have a great day.
I had the pleasure of Patrick gave me a ride in the back seat of that back in Nashville. He was trying to sell me on buying my own Rans S7, and he made a pretty good case for it as we flew around above the river near Music City STOL. Here's Dozen now coming in, fighting those. It's a little squirrely there for him, hanging it off the prop, and it gave out just in time. You saw he lost the lift, fell that last few feet, and it was perfect, and it was short. We're looking at, I'm going to call 76 feet. Let's see what they say. I was not exactly right. That was 80 feet, but that was Dozen's shortest combined score with a combined footage of 151. Look at the maul now, just hanging it off the prop. Tail nice and low behind the power curve. He's got to get that nose down a little bit to keep it flying. There we go, over the line safely. Really into the gear there. Heavy on the brakes, tearing up the runway. That was a fun one to watch. Mike McClendon. With a combined score of 356 that round. Chuck Olmstead with a landing there. He had a scratch last time. Best takeoff was the second round with 102 feet. The 150 on approach. Scores updated here. Chuck Olmstead with a combined score of 343 on that third run. His best was actually his first. Usually the numbers go the other way. His best was 290. Let's hold that aerobat off the ground, right on the line, getting it stopped. And even though you have a nose wheel, you'll still see nose dragger or nose gear planes have that stick full back. The elevator being up like that, that's the control surface at the back of the aircraft that controls pitch. By pitch, we mean whether the nose is going up or down. That elevator being up also provides aerodynamic braking and drag to get the airplane stopped. So really, really appreciate it. So we're going to take a quick break here at Sulphur Springs, Texas. Again, I'm Ryan Debriefs. Thanks for hanging out for practice today as we gear up for the championships tomorrow at Lonestar STOL. We're at the home of American Legend Aircraft, a fixture in STOL Aviation. Let's cut to commercial. We'll be back in just a minute.
This is Acme Aero. Acme, the pinnacle, the very best. Aero, the ability to fly. Each of our products are made to order and every part manufactured by us here in North Carolina. We design, we prototype, we model, and redesign. Each of our raw materials are made to our specific specifications. We machine, we QC, check prints, go, no-go gauges. We assemble, torque every component to their desired spec. The correct amount of fluid is measured each and every time and poured into the shop. We complete the assembly and recheck all specifications once again. And after a minimum of 50 inspections, the shock is now ready to be lasered. We dyno each completed assembly. We clean and inspect once again. When it is then determined that it is complete, each component is proudly branded with Made in the USA. Black Ops isn't the first shock we made, but it's the shock that made us. Acme Aero is the best suspension money can buy.
And we're back here in Sulphur Springs, Texas for Lonestar STOL on the eve of the national championships for National STOL. And look at the planes that have turned up for practice now. We've got race 48, Eddie Sanchez, coming to the line right now. We've got a good heat of practice to watch. Notice the aircraft in the very back. That's Dan Reynolds there in the Chinook. That thing is slow, so the air bosses put it in the back, and we're going to see a little bit of a master class on STOL flying, I think, in this practice session. Depending on how much wind you have, I think that airplane could land vertically. Someone's over the hard surface putting on a little bit of a clinic on slow flight. Let's take a look at the conditions again. Let me see if we've got an updated METAR here. Okay, a little bit of an update here. Now, it's maybe what you'd expect. Winds 150 at 11 to 14. That's about what we thought we saw on the windsock there. And a little bit warmer, but not too different in the density altitude. Here's Eddie Sanchez now, off short in the sport class. Woo! I love watching those sport aircraft take off so short. 63 feet on that takeoff for Eddie. One of the top ones today. And off a little bit longer was Anthony Sanchez. Nick Ardillo now at the line. Captain for a major airline, former Air Force pilot. Here's Nick Ardillo. Woo! Again, offshore. You guys are getting some fun runs in this one. Here's Brian Shirley back again for some more practice. He has the current best takeoff of the practice session at 61 feet. In the MOAC. And that looked to be pretty close to his previous best. We'll have to see what the score comes in. Here's Dan Reynolds now, who'll be competing in the unlimited class in the Valdez Special Chinook. See, the judges are all walking a little bit closer to the plane. That is crazy. That was insane. Let's see what that came out for Dan Reynolds. Waiting for the score to update on my sheet here. I want to say hi to a couple people in social first. That one RC guy. Thanks for this much fun, Ryan. You are welcome. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to have this much fun with all of you here in Sulphur Springs. Dozen does it, saying, thank you, National Stol, for streaming this. Thank you, Dozen, for competing with us today and tomorrow. It's going to be awesome to see what happens in the actual classes. Here's Eddie Sanchez. Now, by the way, Dan Reynolds off in 40 feet that last time around. Here's Eddie now holding it off. He's got to keep that throttle under control, balancing it behind the power curve, holding it off. And it's a scratch for Eddie. But look how short that landing was. Anthony Sanchez now on short final. So I'm kind of recapturing the glide slope he wanted. With a little bit of a climb there. See, the tail surface is just working hard, dropping it in, making that gear work, landing short. That's Anthony Sanchez, folks. He deserves a round of applause for that one. Nick Ardillo now. One to watch tomorrow with a scratch. We talked a lot about VGs. That Carbon Cub is covered with VGs. Those are, VG stands for Vortex Generator. And as you can tell by the name, they generate vortexes that keep the apparent wind attached to the wing. Here's Brian Shirley now coming a little bit higher. He's got to hold it off. You heard the little burst of throttle. It gets him over the line, but he's got more speed. Heavy on the brakes. He's stopped. Just over 100 feet for Brian Shirley there. And now the Chinook, piloted by Dan Reynolds. From my perspective, it doesn't even look like it's moving. Checking out the great aerials provided by our drone crew. Look at that. It doesn't even look real. Looks like something out of that STOL competition. Here he comes in now, holding it off. Holding it off. Little burst of power, holding off. Heavy on the brakes. Stopped. Oh! There we go, folks. All the way down from Canada. He put on a show for you. That was a 31-foot landing for Dan Reynolds. And if I'm not mistaken, that aircraft is about 15 feet long, give or take. And I try to work it in every broadcast, so I'll work it in right now. Dan Reynolds just landed, actually took off. His takeoff was shorter and his landing was shorter than an F-14 Tomcat is nose to tail. So there's your little Navy plug for naval aviation. Eddie Sanchez now on the line. Everything droops down. Eddie's spooling up. And off real short. Different technique that time. Basically just using complete and total throttle there to get it off. Not having to, just kept that tail low that whole time. Stick full back. That was Eddie. Here comes Anthony now. His last landing, 65 feet. Last takeoff, 105. Definitely off sub 105 this time, so an improvement there for Anthony. Nick Ardillo at the line. His takeoff last round, 65 feet. Let's put that in perspective. That's one of the top ones of the day. All your best pilots are in that little range right now of 61 to 70. Maybe a little longer on that one for Nick. Maybe not quite as much wind on the nose, or maybe just a little bit different timing. Brian Shirley for you in the MOAC. Takeoff was so great it blew the hat off one of the line judges. Little foreign object debris briefly there on the field. And now Dan Reynolds in the Chinook. He's famous for, I believe it was at Sun and Fun this year, doing a lawn dart landing. With the pusher prop configuration, he can get away with it. Just floating off into the sky, number 9. Previous takeoff for Dan Reynolds was 40 feet. And he bested it by 1 foot with a takeoff of 39 feet, and that is insane. That's frustratingly insane. Eddie Sanchez now coming in low and to your right. Love the sound of his aircraft. That engine just purrs in a way. Getting it stopped up. A little bit of brake fade to the right. That was a 54-foot takeoff for Eddie and an 84-foot landing for a combined score of 138. Anthony Sanchez now, his previous takeoff for this round, 92 feet. Working that elevator full back and just plopping it in. That, I mean, look at those big gears. It's what it's designed for. We say it a lot in National STOL. This is not about passenger comfort. It's about getting down safely and short. Nick Ardillo now lower and to your right in the Carbon Cup. Losing a little bit of lift there. That right wing starting to drop, correcting it with rudder. And he's touched down, and it is a scratch for Nick Ardillo. That's 2 scratches in a row in practice here for Nick. Brian Shirley now also fighting a little bit of those gusts. Watch the way the airplane is twitching a little bit in roll. Getting that nose nice and high. He's going to hold it off. He's good over the line. And just balancing it on those brakes nice and short. Brian Shirley now, his shortest landing was 67 feet. That one coming in at 90 feet. And now Dan Reynolds, again, just hovering in kind of insanely. Nice bit of wind off the nose for Dan. Hold it off, Dan. And that was a scratch. Just goes to show you that even the greats can scratch every once in a while. Happens to anyone and everyone. Getting ready for a third round of practice with this group of aircraft. Again, I think I'm waiting for you guys in the chat. Let us know what your favorite STOL aircraft is. We'd love to hear it in the chat. And Brian Shirley just taxied past the announcer's booth in that MOAC, the gray and orange one. We actually chatted with him in the pits. Let's go to that interview right now.
Yeah, I'm Brian Shirley from Dodge City, Kansas, and I'm flying a brand new 23 Legend MOAC.
How'd practice go for you today?
Went really well. I did one round. The air's awesome down here today. It's cool. We got a decent breeze, so the air's really dense. Everything feels really good. The prop's taking a good bite. The wing's working well, going slow. I had a really good practice. I was pretty happy with it. I changed up my prop just a little bit. Now I'm going to go back out and try it again, see if it made an improvement.
What are your goals for tomorrow? Are you trying to win, or are you just out here having fun?
There's some tough guys in my field. It's been at it a long time. They have a lot of experience. yeah, you always want to win, but you be realistic with yourself too. You know, I think I'm shooting at the 3rd place, but that's kind of my goal. But if I could do better than that, that'd be great.
Anybody you want to say hello to? Anybody you want to thank?
All my wife at home taking care of everything so I can go. My whole family for letting me take care of everything so I can go do this stuff that I like to go do. So it's awesome.
And that's Brian Shirley again. You'll see him take off in just a short minute. And he made some tweaks to his prop, and I wonder what he'll think of them based on how it feels in practice right now. Eddie Sanchez just off with his longest takeoff with 95 feet. Here goes Anthony. His best so far, 92 feet. Nick Ardillo now at the line in that Carbon Cub. Best takeoff, 65 feet, but hasn't put a landing down. That was a nice one, probably somewhere around 80 feet for Nick. Hasn't put a landing down in practice that would qualify. Here's Brian Shirley. You heard he's made some tweaks back out to test him. Best takeoff of the day, 61 feet. Big bite. Took a big bite there. Mowing the lawn. Judge is pointing probably somewhere around 70 feet. His first takeoff of this second bit of practice for him was 63 feet. So within the same striking distance as his first run at practice, again, where he got that 61-foot takeoff. Dan Reynolds at the line in the Chinook. Tail up, slamming it down, and he's off. Let's look at your answers. That one RC guy says his favorite STOL aircraft is the Highlander. Katrina, coming in from the UK, says, "Yee, the Valdez is my favorite plane." It is definitely one of the most unique ones that we have on the circuit. Eddie Sanchez now, listen to that engine. It's a Yamaha 998 making that sound. Whoa! Got to get those last little bit of momentum out. Eddie Sanchez is a Boeing 777 captain, and he lives in a hangar home and has another airplane in process. Woo, heard that one. Nick Ardillo in the Carbon Cub. Remember, he's not going to be competing against any of the other pilots flying around right now, and he's putting down similar scores. And another scratch for Nick. Oh, he's going to be bummed about that. Good thing it's only practice. Got to get that dialed in. Nick is someone who will practice literally all day long. Puts in the time. He told me that he's got a little bit of extra weight in the plane. He wants to burn off some of that fuel. Here's Brian Shirley now. Holding it off. A little bit of wing drop there. Nice down, retracting those flaps, killing some of that lift, holding it right off the ground and getting it stopped somewhere around 100 feet. Brian Shirley's best landing was 67 feet. So far, this time around, it's been 90 feet. That last one, 106 feet. Dan Reynolds now to your right in the Chinook. Love the visibility out the front of that. I dream about this plane sometimes because it feels like it's a affordable helicopter. That was short. I feel like if I asked Dan, he would say that in competition that would have been a little shorter. He had an opportunity to kind of dig it in more, but it's practice. That was great. That was a 59-foot landing, folks. His best was 31. His best score, by the way, of practice, 71 feet combined. That is nuts. That is absolutely crazy. Want to thank you again for watching. If you're watching our practice session at home, I want to thank you again for watching if you're watching here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. Again, my name is Ryan Dabrowski, and if you didn't know how you ended up here, you're watching National STOL. Lonestar STOL here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. We are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more practice after the break.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolid's installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
Hi, my name is Michael Lindstrom.
I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
And we are back in practice here at Sulphur Springs, Texas. Lonestar STOL here at the home of this aircraft right now. Look at that. The Legend Cub built here. That's piloted by Colin Kaniva. Brian Steck just took off a moment ago. Check him out. Colin Kaniva, pretty aggressive competitor. I've seen him all over the place competing. He's also got a show on Carbon TV called Old Green Plane. It's about an old green plane, not to spoil it for you. Keith Lang now on the line in that Super Cub. He's going to be fighting the Moax tomorrow. Look at that dig, and he's off. You can see why he's holding his own, even in what I would call a classic Super Cub. Here's a beautiful mall coming up to the line. I need to look up who that is. Woohoo! Giving it the beans. 630 Victor. That's piloted by John McCardle in a 1978 Maul. I recognize that airplane. One of the prettiest ones on the circuit. Here we go now with a Belanca. That's Scott Sweet in the Belanca. 1974 Belanca, to be exact. From Hyannis, Nebraska. Check him out online. Scotty Sweet. Go follow him on the Instagrams. Brian Steck will be on your right now after coming around the pattern. Got those wig-wag lights. Gotta love that. Didn't see those on the old Cubs of yore. And that was a scratch for Brian, but that was super fun to watch. I love watching pilots like him when they pop the tail down first and try to get it over the line. If you're keeping score, about halfway through practice here at Lonestar STOL, again, both the national championships, the 2023 national championships, and the Lonestar competition coming to a head tomorrow. It's the final competition of the year. Colin Kaniva now for his first landing in practice. Diving in. He's an aggressive man, folks. We've got a little bit of time while we wait for our next competitor to come in. Check him out all the way out there. I believe that's Keith Lang in the black Super Cub. Lone Wolf STOL is his team name. From Wasilla, Alaska. That's good. That was a beautiful one. Getting it stopped sub 100 foot for Keith Lang. John McCardle now in the mall over the lake. And a scratch for John McCardle. Heavy on the brakes. Say adios to the CB. Love watching those things fly. And that leaves Scott Sweet. In the Belanca, in the pattern, he is low-ish and to your right. Very stable approach for Scott. Scott's a fifth-generation ranch pilot from the Sandhills of Nebraska. Soloed at 16 years old. He's been flying consistently ever since. Here he comes now on short final. Keeping it over the line. It's good. It's not good. I thought it was good for sure. Lexi says, nope. Sorry, brother. Here comes Brian Steck in the MOAC. Colin Kaniva. In the American Legend MOAC, it says Beast Mode on the wing. Wonderful to see some Beast Mode coming up next. Katrina in the chat says, I swear the Chinook VTOL's better than the Chinook helicopter. I think you might be right. Red Baron Modeling in the chat saying, wow, that was fun to watch. Dude, it's just getting started. Tune in tomorrow. That one RC guy saying, nah, the Chinook thinks it's an F-35. That is also very funny. You are both very funny people. Thank you for watching. Brian Steck on the line now. Getting that tail nice and high. He's going to take a bite, and he's off. Timed that one perfectly. Brian Steck putting down some impressive takeoffs. 51 feet just there for Brian Steck. And someone just showed up in front of me. Brian Shirley's here. Probably wondering what his scores were. That was Brian Shirley. He wanted to know how he did in the practice rounds, and I was able to give him some scores. It's all part of being the announcer. Here's the mall now. John McCardle taking a bite. He's off. John McCardle's first takeoff, 134 feet. Second takeoff, 118. So an improvement there. Here's Scott Sweet now in the Belanca, easing it off. They're calling it a little bit more than 125, maybe 130 something. He had a scratch that first time around. 135 feet for Scott Sweet on that takeoff. Incidentally, his first takeoff was a 134 feet, but ended in a scratch. Brian Steck now on approach in the MOAC. A little bit of slip action. A little bit more. Holding it off with throttle. It's good. Textbook. Exactly balanced on the brakes, too. You can see that as the tail comes up under heavy braking, you pull that stick back into your lap, and then you've got to modulate those brakes so you don't go nose over. That one RC guy in the chat, yeah, these are some crazy pilots. Look like they're about to prop strike. That is something that can happen here at National STOL. But most pilots have it dialed in to keep it exactly balanced. There's Colin doing the exact same thing, keeping the airplane almost perfectly horizontal by modulating that brake pressure. Keith Lang right on the line and short. Keith Lang with a combined score of 154 feet. John McCardle in the mall now. Right on the line. A little bit of nose forward there. He had to let go of the brakes. Stopping exactly abeam the broadcast booth here, so I'm going to put that at like, what, 285, maybe 290? I'm very good at estimating distances perpendicular to me, as I'm sure you can tell. Let's see what they actually say. Well, it was a scratch, so it doesn't matter. And Scott Sweet now in the Belanca. Taking that low approach. Over the line, he's bouncing along. That's going to be a long one for Scott Sweet. A lot of energy carried in on that approach by Scott. Brian Steck now taxiing by the booth. Beast mode. Colin Caneva coming on by. Keith Lang in the Super Cub. When you think about bush planes or STOL flying, I think the Super Cub's typically what people think about. There's Brian Steck now off. Tail up, tail down, flaps dropped. That tail wheel dragging, but that's fine. We're measuring from the main wheels, and that looked like a short one for him. Best takeoff for Brian Steck of the day was his last takeoff with 51 feet and a 60-foot landing for a combined score of 111. Here's Colin Kaniva now, taking a bite, timed it just right. Keith Lang on the line now. Same thing, mowing the lawn, and he's off. He didn't even need to slam the tail wheel down that time. The mall now. John McCardle. Taking a bite, and he's off too. We've got some good wind for them now during practice. Scott Sweet taxing up to the line. In the Belanca. That looks like an improvement from the last one. Okay, folks, let's go now to an interview with Brian Steck. You see him here on short approach. Brian Steck in the MOAC. Let's hear how his first round of practice went.
My name is Brian Steck. I'm from Mineola, Texas, about 45 minutes south of here. Flying American Legend MOACs, 2020 model. It's got the Titan 370 engine, Shock Monster shocks, struts. So
how's practice out there?
It's good. You know, I just wanted to get out one more time in this little different wind, a little different conditions, and I hadn't got to fly with Colin out there yet. There's going to be some pretty stiff competition here this time, so nervous, no. Anxious, yeah. It's really, really close. I think I'm behind in the points for the season by 5 points right now. Got a little work to do. Of course, you know Luke's always talking smack. He asked me if I was nervous.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck out there. Fly safe.
Thanks a lot. It's good to see you.
That was Brian Steck. Here comes Colin Kaniva. Brian Steck, by the way, with a scratch on that last practice approach. Colin putting up good numbers here in practice. Let's check him out. His best score so far was 160 feet. That last takeoff, 86 feet. Let's see what the landing comes in at. 87, so not quite his best. That one ends up in the middle for him. 160 feet for Colin Kaniva, best of that practice run. Keith Lang now on approach, looking menacing with that flat black paint job. Dropping it in, heavy on those brakes. Little bit of a showman there, holding the tail off the whole time. He's going to taxi tail up. John McCardle now in the mall with 2 scratches in practice so far. Best takeoff was this third round, though, at 89 feet. Diving in over the line. A lot of speed to dissipate for John McCardle there. So be sure, folks, I see a question on social. It's a great segue here for us. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. This is from Wayne. Wayne, you asked, what time tomorrow? 10 a.m. Central is when everything kicks off tomorrow with competition here at Lonestar STOL in Sulphur Springs, Texas, 10 a.m. So mark your calendars, set an alarm, set 2 alarms, set 3 alarms. You don't want to miss it. Andrea Piano says, Steve Henry, ? And Andrea, unfortunately, the answer to that question is no. Steve Henry is not in attendance for Lonestar STOL. But he is kind of firmly placed as the champion of the unlimited class based on how the math works out. So no Steve Henry this time. But obviously, so fun to watch him compete all season. It's been a real treat. So Wayne, check us out. And everyone, check us out 10 a.m. tomorrow. And if you're in the area, just come down to Sulphur Springs. It's going to be great. We've got a lot of vendors set up. You've got great food. You can check out some trucks for sale out there. But more importantly, you can you can buy some merch. No, that's not the most important thing. But you can buy some merch. More importantly, you can have the great opportunity to meet some of the heroes of STOL. These are truly legendary pilots, and watching them grow and compete all season has been an absolute treat. And you can meet them and learn from them. While we get ready for the next chunk of practice, I want to make a little personal appeal to you, and that is if you're watching today and you aren't a pilot, aviation isn't a part of your life that you participate in, I hope you can take this moment right now to do one thing, and that's start following your dreams on it. If you want to be involved in aviation, there are a lot of ways that you can do so. You can be a drone pilot. We've got a drone flying around today. RC is another way to get involved, but also just full-scale aircraft aren't as expensive as you'd expect, and there's a lot of ways to make it affordable. I personally fly in a club of 14 different pilots. We all share the costs of a Cessna 172, and it actually costs less than my cell bill every month to make sure that I have access to an aircraft and fly when I can. So take this moment. If this is something you want to do, know that you can do it, and there's a huge community of pilots all trying to welcome you into our ranks, and you can be one of us. No matter who you are, we want you to be a part of this. We are going to take a little break and head to a commercial, and then we're back with more practice here in Sulphur Springs, Texas.
Name's Trevor Smith, live in Justin, Texas, America, USA. Flying a little 150 Aerobat. I learned to fly in this thing starting about 20 years ago, and just thought I'd come out and see what it can do. It's a little gusty today. It's nice we got the wind down the runway. That helps, makes us look good.
Do you have any modifications on this that will kind of help with the short takeoff and landings?
Well, you got these goofy looking wingtips. They kind of stand out. They're called super modulas. The biggest thing, it got a 172 motor in there, so 0320. Aside from that, it's stock.
What are your goals for tomorrow?
I don't know anybody that shows up at competition not trying to win. Tomorrow, looking to come out, have fun. We're all doing this for fun, but everybody wants to be standing up, holding the buckle at the end. So definitely looking to win. Going to try hard to win, but keeping it safe. That's the most important thing. Biggest goal for tomorrow. Be safe, have fun, and try to win. I'd like to thank some guys that helped me along the way. Yesterday I had Tim Fleggy at CFTI Aero help balance the prop, try to get this thing as smooth as you can and get every last bit of power out of it. Also Wesley Pierce, Precision Aircraft Maintenance, had a nose truck collapse last week and they were real quick to help get it fixed, get it back in the air. So appreciate their help. Wouldn't be here today without them.
Hi, my name's Michael Lindstrom. This is my Cessna 170B. All 360 in it, and then 83-inch MT propeller, that's amazing. It tops the cake on this airplane.
And we are back. If you're just tuning in, we are coming into about 3 hours of practice here at National STOL, Lonestar STOL in Sulphur Springs, Texas. And look at that fun thing taking off. We've got another Chinook in the competition. I'll get some information for you on that right now. Also, what I love to see, check out that Piper Cub. Love watching a Cub. I also love that non-standard paint scheme. There he goes, off into the sky. And we right behind it, check out the Carbon Cub. I think we've seen this one before today. That's Chris Miller in the Carbon Cub. His best of the earlier round of practice was 209. So we'll see what he puts down. And check out who's coming in for landing. It's not what you'd normally think when you think of STOL competition. It's Jeff Abrams in Piperzilla, Piper Cherokee. And this guy makes this thing fly in a way that you would not expect. Proof that you can take kind of any plane and turn it into a STOL plane as long as you operate it within its limitations. Here he comes for the first landing of practice. Digging up the dirt, literally made a berm he had to roll over there. That was a scratch, according to Lexi, our line judge. He has been one to watch all season long. Jeff Abrams there. Looks like we get a V-tail bonanza on the roll on the hard surface. Kelly Qualls now in the Sport Cub. If you are a fan of National STOL, you see Kelly's work every day. He's got charge of the National STOL social channels. He's always making content for all of us Av geeks. Here he is now. Look at that control. Flaps all the way down. Those are those inboard control surfaces we talked about before. He's getting it worked out. Nicely done over the line. Maybe one of the most graceful landings we've seen today. Somewhere around 130, 140 feet for Kelly Qualls on that landing. Wes Houston now over the line, bouncing it all the way down. That's a 2007 Chinook with a Rotax 912 in it from Sanger, Texas. Wes Houston. And a scratch there for Kilo Golf. By the way, in 2.5 Kilo Golf was Danny Goggins, who we had on the mic earlier today, teaching us all about Legend aircraft. This is a 2011 Texas Sport by Legend Cub that he's flying. So not a Piper Cub, an actual Legend Cub made right here in Sulphur Springs. As Danny Goggins, who you heard kind of regaling me with the original tales of Legend aircraft. That aircraft, Scrappy, was the first fuselage built by Legend. It's got square-tipped wings, which is unique for Legend aircraft, and it was the second LSA aircraft certified in the United States. Danny's a retired test pilot for Legend aircraft, retired from American Airlines, and he's a Citation XLS captain. There went Wes Houston in the other Chinook. He also owns a 1941 Boeing Stearman and a 1946 Taylorcraft BC-12D, Dallas-based airline captain, flying for 35 years and over 29,000 flight hours. Currently flying a 2007 Chinook Plus 2. So that's actually a difference. When you look at Dan Reynolds' Chinook, there's only one seat. This one has a second seat in it. This one's owned by Spencer Aviation Services and the Spencer family of Sanger, Texas. Been flying this airplane for 2 weeks, and it's his first ever STOL competition. So watch that Chinook as it comes up. Here's Kelly Qualls now on the line. Getting ready to roll. Kathy Spencer loves the enthusiasm. Kathy, we love you. Thank you so much for your kind words in the chat. It's my pleasure to help bring this to all of you. Kelly Qualls now off short. It's funny, he's been around National STOL for a long time, but only now just starting to compete, and watching him compete has been a true treat. I didn't mean to make that poem. Here is the Chinook now with the extra seat, the bigger engine. And the Legend, the Texas Sport, on the line now, Danny Goggins. Chris Miller on the roll. And while they go around, it's been a while, I should probably mention all the people that make this possible. First of all, if you get a chance, if you see any of the volunteers here, be sure to thank them. They come in from all over the country to help pull Lonestar STOL together for you, and we really appreciate their help. So thank you to our volunteers. Thank you for the local community for welcoming us with open arms. Let's talk about our sponsors: Ladd Gardner Insurance, Legend Aircraft, Hartzell Propeller, Sarasota Avionics, USA Trailers Direct.com, Duke Propeller, Lift Aviation USA, AirTech Coatings, Factory 10 Aerospace Composites, AeroLed, Rugged Radios, FlightHelmet.com. Here's Piperzilla dropping it in, making some ruts. Jeff Abrams. Where were we? FlightHelmet.com. Thank you so much to them. Flight Outfitters, Committee Coffee, Aviation, Flying Eyes Optics, Acme Aero, Pappy Aero, and Behringer. Also locally, Etos Inc., Clemens Insurance, Nottingham Sulphur Springs Dodge, Lima Bravo Aviation, Fix and Feed, Garmin Aviation, Thrust Flight, CNB Bank, Texas Heritage National Bank, and Grocery Supply Company. That's everyone bringing this to you locally. Thank you to them for their support. Here's Kelly Qualls now in the Sport Cub. Popping the flaps out, and it's a scratch. He popped them out just a little bit too soon. Some other folks in the chat. Katrina says 3 alarms snack. Sorry, distracted by the go-around. So there you go. It's the first time we've seen that for practice. Kelly wasn't able to clear the runway in time. Things got maybe bunched up a little bit, so they called a go-around for Wes in the Chinook. And he's going around. No big deal. You can always go around, especially when the air boss tells you to. A couple people in the chat I want to say hi to. Bex Poodles. We are looking forward to seeing the competition tomorrow to watch our son, Brandon Korn, number 30. Brandon is one of my favorites to watch because he flies a very big airplane. And what he does with it is pretty impressive. Here's Danny now in that Texas Legend. Good over the line. He taught Luke Spohr how to do it. What a performance there. And you know, he was talking this morning about having the window and the door open on that aircraft, and I can see why he likes it. Katrina, you said before, 3 alarms set, snacks readied. Love it. What kind of snacks do you guys eat while you watch STOL online? Let us know in the chat. There is our good friend Chris Miller landing there. Let's look at some of the scores from this practice round. Chris Miller, best takeoff of this round, 60 feet. Danny Goggins, combined score of 465 so far. Kelly Qualls with a 600, I think just because of a long rollout, and a DQ for scratching on that first one. Wes Houston coming around now, turning base to final. His first combined score, 336. So see what he does as he gets it dialed in again. He said he's only been flying this aircraft for 2 weeks. Jeff Abrams' best so far was his first run, 435 in Piperzilla, which I think I hear idling just outside my door. Love these Chinooks. Love watching them fly. Kathy Spencer says in the chat, merch is a great way to support. I don't disagree. Check out the new hoodie, the new National STOL hoodie. I love the logo on the chest there. And then separately, the American flag on the sleeve. Look at Wes coming in now, getting those brakes. Maybe he's just going to let it roll. He's going to let it roll out. So, yeah, there you go. You got the American flag on the sleeve there. Great hoodies, especially on a brisk Texas morning. Really appreciate that. Piperzilla now taxiing past you. Kelly Qualls' helmet matches his airplane. Gotta love that. And as they roll up to the line, our camera crew had a minute with Luke Spohr, his flight instructor who signed him off, taxiing past you right now in that white Texas Legend. Let's hear from Luke Spohr and how his day went so far.
I am Luke Spohr. I am from Sulphur Springs, Texas, here actually, and I am flying the Legend Cub MOAC.
How does it feel to have National STOL here at your home airport?
Feels good. It's nice to have it at home, familiar with the area, the runways, the airport.
Who's your biggest competition out here this weekend?
Brian Steck. It's always me and Brian Steck. Brian Shirley, he's getting really good, so he'll be it'll probably be a little bit of competition, but it's usually me and Stecker fighting for first and second place.
So that was Luke Spohr talking about the battle for first or second place. On the line now, you see the sticker on the wingtip, Piperzilla. Off he goes. I love watching aircraft like a Cherokee 140 piloted by really just one of the masters in the series. These are not planes you think. If you think of a plane like this, right? The plane like Kelly Qualls is flying, the Cubs, the Mauls, the Moacs, the Carbon Cubs, even the Chinooks, right? Like purpose-built. Whoa, there we go. Kelly taking a bite. Taking a bite of angle of attack there to get airborne. You think about planes that are purpose-built for STOL, but then you see something like a Cherokee 140 put down the kind of numbers that Jeff Abrams does when he flies, and those are planes that are really accessible, right? Like part of my private pilot training over a decade ago was flying in a Piper Cherokee. You know, did the J3 stuff and then went over to the Piper Cherokee to get some time, get caught up on the radios, all the radio and VOR work that you don't get in J3. So that's a plane that if you decide to learn to fly, you're going to be put in pretty quick, potentially. Look at that. That was a good one. Chris Miller, he's throwing down the gauntlet. 60-foot takeoff for his first takeoff, 80-foot takeoff, and a scratch for his second one. Let's see what this one comes in as the Chinook taxis up to the line. There we go, getting it dialed in. So West Houston, best takeoff 127. That last one there was 140 feet. Piperzilla now coming in like an airliner, which makes sense because he's an airline pilot. Look at how stable that approach is. Like he's on rails. He's going to hold it off a little bit, and he's good. And again, just tearing it up. Someone should tell Jeff that he's got to replace his divots. Here comes Kelly Qualls. Kelly with a little bit of sideways action there. Sometimes you get a little bit of brake fade, and also you lose a little bit of rudder effectiveness sometimes. That maybe happened there, but kept it under control. If it does happen, if a ground loop happens where the plane swaps back to front, we measure from the main wheel that is furthest from the line. We actually saw in Nashville, that was a technique, a forced ground loop, a little bit of a turn there to try to get a shorter score in one of the classes. So Danny Goggins now getting it all sorted out. Pretty cool, the history of that aircraft, the second ever LSA certified in the United States. Chris Miller now holding it off. He's one to watch. Putting in the practice. getting it all sorted out there. His takeoffs have been routinely short. It'll be interesting to see what he does tomorrow. Well, we got like a jet coming in on final. And the Chinook hanging off. Here comes Wes now. Short final. Good over the line. Getting a little sideways there, but that left wheel hit first. And an airplane that light kind of pulls you around a little bit. He got it sorted out, though. Also, what's interesting about that aircraft is look at the seating position. It's very reclined. That's also, I bet, something that you need to get used to when you're getting adapted to an aircraft. Reagan Kuhn says, "That's my granddad. Go Pappy." Thanks for watching, Reagan. And Kathy Spencer, so excited to be here. Kathy, we're excited to have you here as well. While we get reset, we have another interview we'd like to play for you.
Mike McClendon. I'm actually right here from Sulphur Springs. I've got my own airport about 5 miles northeast. I'm flying a MAL M7 235C.
Did you practice already?
Yeah, I've been practicing for 2 months at my own place and on the grass strip over here. That's because 5 years ago I was at Hondo. I just bought the airplane. I thought, that's stall airplane, I'll go do stall stuff. And I didn't know what I was doing, man. And it was embarrassing. So since then, I've kind of gone to school and learned how to do it correctly. And so this time, I hope I do a better showing.
How was your practice today?
It was good. Lowest score was 295. So that's combined 137 takeoff and 150-foot landing roll, something like that. To be at 295 is far better than I ever expected.
Yeah, do you have any modifications on the airplane?
No, it's pretty much stock. I put this bomb on it out here on the left-hand wing. It's from Level Technologies. It's a barometric observation module, but it doesn't improve the flying handling qualities. It's an amazing little thing.
I heard that you have a little bit of history in aviation. What if,
Well, I started flying when I was a teenager. I got my license on my 17th birthday. And I got a Master Aviation FAA award for 50 years of flying here a couple of years ago, so that tells you how long I've been at it. But I flew in the Air Force for a long time. I was a retired brigadier general, 38 years, and I flew all kinds of stuff. I was fortunate enough to go to test pilot school, ended up being the chief A-10 test pilot for a while, and part of my career was as a reservist, which I went to American Airlines, and I got to fly all their airplanes. I was in the office as a check airman, and so I've seen the heavy airplanes, I've seen the fighters. That was I flew in the Air Force. And I fly gliders now for Civil Air Patrol. So God's been good to me. I've had some real great experiences. I had 2 engine failures. One of them was a crash that destroyed the airplane and pretty much broke me up, but God's grace, I walked away from it, got healed up.
What are your expectations for tomorrow? I'm
having fun, but if I can just do my personal best, then I'll be happy. You know what? I'm grateful for all those people who taught me how to fly. I realized one day that I'm not God's gift to aviation, that everything I learned, somebody else taught me. And so now I get to teach in the gliders and give back to some of the young cadets and fly young eagles, and so that's a good feeling. So just thanks to all the predecessors who taught me everything that I've learned.
Love that quote there. Everything I've learned, somebody else taught me. It's a good thing to keep in mind as you are on your own journey. Check it out. Who is at the line now? None other than Micah Lindstrom. Right behind him, Jeff Pohl. Right behind him, another 170 Bravo, Joel Dobson. Rick Boardman's here in the checkerboard Carbon Cup. And we've got a return to practice, another Carbon Cup, that silver and orange one. Watch these 170 Bravos. You're going to see why they are absolutely so desirable right now. If you look at Barnstormers or any of the other aircraft listing sites, they go for a pretty penny, and it's probably in part to do with what you're about to see in these gentlemen flying them. Micah Lindstrom taking a bite. It's a bigger airplane than you've seen most of today. It's a lot heavier. It also goes a lot faster when you're trying to get here. Jeff Pohl now at the line. Getting that tail way up. Taking a bite. He is off short. Jeff Pohl, he wants it from Micah. He needs Micah to make a few mistakes in competition tomorrow. Really what he needs is like 3 scratches from Micah to keep Micah out of the top 5 so Jeff Pohl can slide into first. Joel Dobson now in Moxie, his 170B. He's off short too. Rick Boardman. Rick Boardman has currently clinched first place in the sport class in terms of the championships. Always putting on a clinic. He's off 76 feet or so. And if you're in the crowd here today, we're going to do a little bit of a technical adjustment. Since this is practice, we're also all practicing in the booth. So if you don't hear my wonderful, beautiful voice, I will be back in just a second. Let's keep it going online, though.
Hey, don't make her mad.
Oh, I love to make her mad.
Micah Lindstrom now over the lake to your right, folks. Big bush tires hanging in the breeze. Flew in from Minnesota this morning, landed around 9 o'clock. Put in some practice. Good over the line. Lexi's waving the checkered flag, and he's stopped a little bit more than 75 feet. Jeff Pohl now. Also from Milaca, Minnesota. For a long time, I mistakenly thought that Jeff taught Micah how to fly. You can see why I might think that, because, man, they are nipping at each other's heels. And that's a scratch for Jeff Pohl. Jeff's been making a lot of modifications to his aircraft this season. He's got some wing tips that are a little bit longer that he experimented with. He had some power differentials he was working with in his engine, getting it a little more thrust. Joel Dobson now coming in. Actually, I was mistaken. It's a 172 tail dragger. I was 2 off on that, from 170 to 172. That beautiful white and red thing over the line. getting that tail up. Got to get on the brakes, Joel. He's holding it off. Joel flew the F-16 in your United States Air Force and served as an F-16 instructor pilot in various locations. Rick Boardman now. Rick Boardman hovering it in. Look at that. Just a masterclass on behind the... I mean, it's very short, but it was a masterclass on how to hover it off behind the power curve. Love watching Rick Boardman fly. James Barkheimer now in the Carbon Cub. About 1,000 flight hours for James. Flies tailwheel aircraft. Also flies a Meridian. That's a very different airplane than what we're seeing here today. He says here he thrives on continuous learning and self-improvement. Let's see if he can self-improve those scores. First, let's see. Let's look at the scores here. Best score of the day so far in practice, 242. Good over the line. Has to get it stopped. 140 was his takeoff this time. That landing nice and short. Best landing so far for James was 139. And that one was 120 feet. So yes, self-improvement it is for Barkheimer as the 170 Bravos taxi by my broadcast booth. The 172. You know, it's nice of Joel is he actually, it says 172. He wrote it on it. So that helps me remember too. So thanks, Joel, for that. Rick Boardman in 94 with the famous belly pod. James Barkheimer behind him in the Carbon Cub. Whoa, look at the way the tailwheel had to work on that one with Micah Lindstrom. Jeff Pohl right behind him now. In Dirty Bird 00. Off around 101 feet. They're saying no. I agree with the 101. I don't know what that guy's looking at. Yeah, fight it out, judges. They're going to get that sorted out. Here's Joel Dobson now. In the 172 tail dragger version. He's off short too. Tomorrow you're going to see these airplanes compete within their classes, and it's going to put a lot of this in perspective, right? So you You got the 170 Bravos, the 172. These are heavy airplanes compared to particularly compared to something like the Chinook. Rick Boardman now. I don't even know what to say about that. That was just a quick yank and he was airborne. James Barkheimer now at the line. Pulled it a little early, not quite ready to fly. Let's take a look. Let's go to another Carbon Cub in the competition. I want to talk, we did a little interview with Adam Gordon. Let's hear how it went for Adam Gordon in practice today.
Yeah, I'm Adam Gordon from Oakdale, Louisiana, and we're flying a Cubcrafters Carbon Cub EX2 here today. CC 340 engine there with a Cato prop, running the bush wheels and Agniero suspension today. Practice went pretty good today. The wind's blowing nice, so nice short takeoffs. It was a little swirly on the landings, though. You really had to milk the power in to get across the line but not be too fast. So things went well today. I don't think anybody comes that doesn't want to win. We're all red-blooded American males and we want to win. But we're here to have a good time. We're all a big group of friends, so we just enjoy coming out and being able to see each other and see some amazing airplanes and see who has some bragging rights at the end of the day.
All right, anybody want to say hello to back home? Anybody want to thank?
Oh, just wife and kids. They're at home holding down the fort, so Dad's out playing for the weekend, having fun.
So that was Adam Gordon. Little interview with him, out here to have a good time. Micah Lindstrom came in during that interview and I'm sure did a great job. Let's see, 85-foot takeoff and an 87-foot landing. So his best so far in practice with 172. Here is Jeff Pohl now. With another scratch for Jeff Pohl. He's got to get out of his head. He knows it. A little bit of a goose on the throttle there. That is a scratch. Joel Dobson now in the 172. Listen for what he does with the throttle here. He didn't have to do anything. He had it exactly lined up right. Want to say hello to another person in the social chat watching from New Zealand. Hello, New Zealand. Thank you so much for chiming. What even time is it in New Zealand? Well, thanks for watching. Look at Rick Boardman there, dropping the tail in exactly on the line. That was game day type performance from him. And it's good to see that I'm not the only one excited about the 170s. Red Baron Modeling says, yes, 170 time. I'm sure that's exactly how you said it, Red Baron Modeling. And yes, I agree. Really great. Look at that beautiful drone shot out over the lake. James Barkheimer. Really well over the line there for James Barkheimer. Sub 100 feet. And that was his best combined score so far with 203 for James Barkheimer. Let's check in with some of the other ones. Micah Lindstrom, best so far 172. Jeff Pohl, best so far nothing with 2 scratches in practice. Joel Dobson, best so far 267. Rick Boardman's best combined score so far in practice with a takeoff of 75 feet and landing of 87, 162. And James Barkheimer coming in again with that combined score of 203. Micah Lindstrom now. He's off. I love the way he's not afraid to make that tail wheel work. That spring in the tail wheel putting in work every time Micah takes off. Here's Jeff Pohl now. Getting his tail up. Timed it just right. He's off. Started to sink a little bit. Sink a little bit. He started to sink a little bit, but caught it is what I was trying to say. Sink a little bit. Here comes Joel Dobson now at the line in the 172. He's putting that tail wheel to work, too.
I wish this had occurred to me about 2 hours ago.
Jeff Pohl with his best takeoff of practice so far with 94 feet. So he's had a steady improvement there every time. Here's Rick Boardman now at the line. His best takeoff was the last one at 75 feet. That's going to be definitely less than 75. James Barkheimer now.
Because that way I can kind of see them in my periphery.
Pulling up to the line, waiting for Rick Boardman's score to come in. I know it was less than 75. And that right main stuck on the ground a little bit longer than the left for James. And again, as a reminder, we measure from the wheel that left the ground last. Let's go over. We've got Micah coming in on short final. I wonder if we can play. We have an interview with Colin Caneva debriefing his practice sessions. Let's see if we can sneak that in real quick while Micah hovers it in on final.
Hey, so my name's Colin Caneva. I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. This weekend I'm lucky enough to be flying a Legend Cub called the Beast Mode right behind me. And then I'm also flying a Carbon Cub as well. But really excited to get back in Beast Mode. We did some wing work on it, some other stuff. So constantly evolving, but I'm super excited. Today was a really good practice day. I think the winds are about perfect for what we're doing. It's windy, but the air is smooth. So it's perfect temps. Practice is a blast. I'm flying this in the unlimited. I've got no competition because I'm the best. I just want to say hi to my family, the kids, and everybody, and thank my sponsors: Scooters Coffee, Omaha Aircraft Supply, obviously Legend Cub for hosting this great event. I want to thank National STOL, Web Eye Care, Lincoln Airport, Clemens Insurance for sure. Couldn't do this without them. I'm just really, really fortunate to be able to do what I do.
And we did not sneak it in. Micah landed before the package
Hey,
was
so
over,
my name's Colin.
and he put in a 49-foot landing for Micah Lindstrom on that last practice run. 49 feet and a 170. Bravo. That is bonkers. Jeff Pohl also put a landing in, waiting for it now, but it was, nope, they're calling another scratch for Jeff Pohl in practice. That is not going to have him very happy tonight around the campfire. Normally you want to kind of get it dialed in before competition tomorrow. Joel Dobson now sub 150 in the 172. Let's show a replay of Micah's landing, that sub 50-foot landing in a 170. Just watching this, got it exactly on the line and just managed that energy perfectly to get it stopped. Speaking of managing energy perfectly, here's Rick Boardman making those shocks work. You want to let the more energy you can direct into the ground is energy that you are not directing forward, and he put those shocks to work for sure. That's Rick Boardman's final run of practice so far with a 55-foot landing. And look at the difference, just to speak a little bit to what Micah did there and why we wanted to show you a replay of it. Rick Boardman's aircraft much lighter than Micah's 170. I mean, it's got half the seats. So really good landing in practice for Micah Lindstrom there. James Barkheimer now. Little bit of a crosswind coming back. We've had that off and on throughout the day. Somewhere between 75 and 100 feet for Barkheimer. Let's take a minute now and debrief. We talked about Keith Lang and the Lone Wolf Super Cub. Let's hear how practice went for him.
Well, I'm Keith Lang, flying a 1956 Super Cub. We call her Pepper. We got another one that we call Salt. That's my white one. But so we got a good day in. The wind's beautiful. Absolutely loving it. So we got a couple landings in, and I think tomorrow, if we can do about the same thing, we should be in some good numbers. So got my fingers crossed on that one.
Awesome.
Lisa Ray had mentioned to me I was around 75 feet on the landing. That puts me, right into contention. So that's what I hope I can keep up with. She just needs a good breeze and a good day, and we're going to come away with a title this year. That's what we're looking for. National Stall. Woo! Lone Star. Got to say shout out to my grandson Atlas and my grandson Apollo and my granddaughter Athena.
Scott Sweet from Hyannis, Nebraska, and I'm flying the Blanca Scout. Practice was good. I'm a little heavy on fuel, so I need to burn some of that off. But other than that, the wind is right down the pipe, and it's pretty stable for the most part. Did get a couple scratches on there, maybe two. I think just one, but just got to get lighter. I just want to be competitive. I mean, I just started doing this, and beating Jeff Pohl and Micah is that will be a goal for the future. But right now, just here to have fun and just be competitive.
Anybody you want to say hello to? Anybody you want to thank?
Folks at home, my brothers for watching out for the ranch, and just everybody that supports it.
So you heard there from Keith Lang in Pepper, the Piper Super Cub, and from Scott Sweet in the Blanca. And love watching them compete and practice. Looks like we've got some more competitors getting ready to come out and do their thing. Want to, again, just thank everyone who's in the crowd today here in Sulphur Springs. It's so great to see you. Thank you for watching and supporting National STOL. And be sure to come again tomorrow, or watch tomorrow, online as well, 10 a.m. Central. So here at Sulphur Springs Airport or at nationalstol.com, you can watch it on YouTube and kind of all over the internets. Want to give a shout out to Jetman_YT, who says, give me shout out because I'm here and loving it. Well, guess what, Jetman? Your wish is my command. We appreciate that you're here, and we are loving that you are loving it. So thanks so much for watching. Hope that you continue to watch tomorrow, 10 a.m., everybody. Check it out. A few more aircraft coming up to the line now. We've got that Aerobat back in the mix. Going to get a little more 150 practice. Jerry Clemens getting ready to rock and roll in the Husky. Luke Spohr revving the engine of the MOAC. Colin Kaniva in a different plane now. He likes to play both sides of the various classes. Wes rolling up in the Spencer Aviation Services Rotax 912 powered Chinook. I like those things because they're just so weird. They're just so weird, and I want one. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what I'll do. Get a Chinook. I'm flying around Wisconsin in a Chinook. That could be me. All right. So we're getting ready for practice again here, folks, and it has been, looks like we got about an hour, just over an hour left of practice here in Sulphur Springs. Wind is back to 180 at 10 to 14 knots. You heard Colin say it in his interview. He's like, the wind is good. It's smooth today. Digging the tail end on that Aerobat, but he's off. Jerry Clemens in the Husky, getting that tail off. And he's off the ground, grabbing a bite of angle of attack. Jerry Clemens, obviously, maybe not obviously, from Clemens Aviation Insurance, Clemens Insurance. And they are one of the sponsors of Lonestar STOL, so we thank him for that. Luke Spohr now with the gun racks. Showing us how it's done. Colin Kaniva now in the Carbon Cub. His best run in the Beast Mode MOAC was 160 feet. Here's Wes now at the line. Back for more. To your right now, the Cessna 150. well, the 150 is coming in. Jetman _YT says, could I have one more shout out? JK, you can just say my name. I will say it 3 times. Jetman, Jetman, Jetman. Love having you here. So glad you're having a great time watching National STOL practice. Here's the Cessna 150 coming in. The Aerobat, good over the line, heavy on the brakes. Look at the way these small-wheeled nose draggers just tear up the grass. Love it. They can just get on the brakes super hard, get it stopped. And there's that age-old debate. What is better for a STOL comp? Tail wheel versus nose wheel. And I think in some of it, I think it depends on the pilot, and I think it also depends on the conditions. But traditionally, tail wheel seems to have an advantage, typically because the angles that they seem like they can come in. I might be making that up, but that's my story, and I'm going to stick with it until someone corrects me. Mr. Clemens, good over the line. Was trying to get the reverse pitch going. I believe he's got a beta prop on that plane, and it was what we talked about this morning. Gave it a little goose, and it hadn't transitioned to reverse pitch, to reverse thrust, and so off the throttle real quickly there. Here's Colin Kaniva now, tickling the tops of the grass in the Carbon Cub. No, I was wrong. It's Luke Spohr. He'll never forgive me for that. Look at that, kind of ballooning up to get it over the line, but we've got a scratch called by Lexi. Now, Colin Kaniva coming in the Carbon Cub this time. Good over the line for Colin. Get it a little break, a little too much break. He had to back off of it. Still stopped sub 100. Jerry Clemens, by the way, best landing, that last landing for him, 83 feet. Trevor Smith in the 150. Best run so far, 368. This last one, 405. Here comes Wes in the Chinook. Getting it stopped. Wes, by the way, check it out, a 47-foot takeoff. That last run, 47 feet. Going to get a correction, a double check on those scores for Wes. Luke Spohr likes to do pirouettes. He's doing some pirouettes out there. There goes the 150 Aerobat off gracefully. Mr. Clemens on the line. Seeing some improvement there from him. Luke Spohr now coming up to the line as well. Look at his tail, super high there. Pulled it maybe a fraction of a second too early, and then if you saw, he had his left hand on that flap handle and was easing them off. If you get rid of the flaps too quickly, you will sink. And you don't want to sink because the ground is there. Colin Kaniva now off super short. Wes rolling up to the line in the Chinook. Nicely off there for Wes. So we are coming into our final hour of practice here in Sulphur Springs, Texas. If you're just joining us, my name is Ryan Dombrowski, and I'm one of the announcers here at National STOL, and I just hope you're enjoying the stream today as we practice for the National Championships tomorrow here at Lonestar STOL in Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's kind of a special place to be because we are at the home of American Legend Aircraft, who make a lot of the aircraft you're actually seeing fly right now, particularly the MOAC flown by Luke Spohr as an example. And we've just been having a great day of flying. It's not too hot, not too cold, just the right amount of wind for good takeoffs and landings. And we've just really been enjoying ourselves. So one more hour of practice remains, and then we will call it a night, give the pilots a chance to rest, and 10 a.m. tomorrow is when we want to see you. NationalSTOL.com or National STOL on YouTube, Facebook, all those places. Come check us out and hang with us all day as we go through the classes of competition. If you are new here as well, I know Jetman in the chat who is loving it. Here's this 150 coming in, getting heavy on the brakes. He's got to replace his divots too. Hi, sir, I messed up the chat. No, you're good. Have fun, Jetman. That's what this is all about. If you're new here, though, and you're wondering how the competition works, we have a line painted on the grass on this runway we've set up here at Sulphur Springs. And pilots line up on that line and take off as short as possible. We measure from where their wheels leave the ground. They come around the pattern and they land. They have to land at or beyond the line. So let's watch Jerry Clemens now in the Husky. He's holding it off. He's going to try to get as close to that line as possible. He's good over the line, and we will measure, try to get that reverse propeller working. Not quite. We measure from the line to where the main wheels stop. We add those two numbers together, and that gives us a composite score. Jeff Jensen in the chat. They have yet to invent the plane that Super Aero Ryan doesn't want. That is true. Luke Sport getting it stopped there. I want all the planes. One of the owners of National STOL has a saying, fly all the things. And I definitely want to fly all the things. But that Chinook, man, every time I see it, little bit in my heart. Love it. Okay. Let's go Colin Kaniva now. Over the line with a scratch, though. He's got a show, Carbon TV show called Old Green Plane, where he takes his dad's old green plane and flies it around and interviews people. It's definitely worth a check. Here's Wes now on what for a Chinook is an extended final. He's getting ready to come in, do some work. Yeah, let us know what questions you have. If you're in the crowd and you have a question, I'd be happy to answer. Just hop on social and pop it in there. I'll try to get an answer for you. Here's Wes now. Kathy Spencer, the owner of it, says, I should get a Chinook. Kathy, help me figure out how to make that happen. Have your people call my people. I'd love to fly one sometime and see if it feels right for me. We are having a blast here in Sulphur Springs. Trevor Smith taxiing by in the Aerobat, the Cessna 150 Aerobat. Jerry Clemens just gave me a thumbs up. He's having fun. There goes Luke Spohr in the MOAC. Wes in the Chinook. And on the hard surface, we have Justin Tisdale has arrived. He is in the sport class. You want to talk about someone that has overcome adversity after adversity after adversity on the circuit this year. Lots of mechanical problems he's fought and conquered, and also just getting dialed in as a new STOL pilot. It's going to be fun to watch him. I don't know if he'll be practicing today, but he'll definitely be competing tomorrow. There goes the 150, Trevor Smith. Little bit of an early pull for Jerry Clemens there. Not exactly dialed in timing-wise that time around. Luke Spohr now. The gun racks make it fly better, and he just proved it. Maybe even sub 70-foot takeoff there for Luke Spohr. There we go. Wes is trimming it up every time. Luke Spohr, by the way, I wanted to go back and check his scores for practice. Best so far, 130 feet combined. That's pretty short. And because it's practice, I'll do this. I got my Clemens confused. Jerry is flying. His dad is not. Austin's dad is not Jerry. And they're going to rib me for that around the campfire tonight. I got confused with all the... There's so many Clemens. This big aviation family. They're all doing amazing aviation things. Thank you for the correction in the booth. So that's going to be fun to see later. Also fun to see the 150 digging the tail in almost. Kicking up some dirt. Let's go. Here comes Jerry Clemens now over the line. Nicely done. Getting that reverse pitch figured out. There we go. Getting that dialed in. That is Jerry, not Dwayne Clemens. Just so we're all clear. Look at Luke Spohr basically driving it in. Really low. He likes this low. Oh, you can't touch before the line, Luke. So low. There we go. And a scratch called by Lexi. That is a high, not high risk from a safety perspective, but high risk from a risk-reward maneuver sometime if you don't get that timing just right. That's a nice short one for Wes. As we reset for another round of practice, just want to thank again all of our sponsors: Behringer, Pappy Aero, Acme Aero, Flying Eyes Optics, Aviation, Committee Coffee, Flight Outfitters, FlightHelmet.com, Rugged Radios, AeroLed, Factory 10 Aerospace Composites, AirTech Coatings, Lift Aviation USA, Duke Propeller, USA Trailers Direct, Sarasota Avionics, Hartzell Propeller, Legend Aircraft, and Ladd Gardner Insurance. I also want to talk about our local sponsors, Etos Inc., Clemens Insurance, such a foundation in the aviation community. I'm getting them all confused. The Clemens, love their support. Nottingham Sulphur Springs Dodge, Lima Bravo Aviation, Fix and Feed, Garmin Aviation, Thrust Flight, CNB Bank, Texas Heritage National Bank, and Grocery Supply Company. With that, we are going to take a short break, and we will be back with more STOL practice here in Sulphur Springs.
This is Acme Aero. Acme, the pinnacle, the very best. Each of our products are made to order and every part manufactured by us here in North Carolina. We design, we prototype, we model, and redesign. Each of our raw materials are made to our specific specifications. We machine, we QC, check prints, go, no-go gauges, and all specifications. We dyno each completed assembly. Each component is proudly branded with Made in the USA. Black Ops isn't the first shock we made, but it's the shock that made us. Acme Aero is the best suspension money can buy.
I'm John Mickey from Albuquerque, New Mexico, flying a 1953 Cessna 180. Got the Norland conversion on the engine. Fairly rare mod, helps a lot. MT prop is wonderful.
And we are back here in Sulphur Springs, and I cannot believe how lucky we have been with the weather today. It has been relatively consistent for the pilots, knock on wood, and it has been just relatively comfortable for me in the booth, and that's all that really matters. So we are kicking off another round of practice. Again, if you are watching STOL for the first time during this practice, know that tomorrow at 10 a.m. when things kick off, the aircraft will actually be sorted into classes based on mostly gross weight, but also performance. National STOL has actually run the numbers over the last few years of competition and reorganized this year a few of the classes that aircraft appear in to help make it more competitive, make it a little more fun for you at home, and make sure everything seems fair. There's Eddie Sanchez, not messing around. Love the sound of that Yamaha. Not to be outdone, we have another Sanchez right behind him. Anthony Sanchez now, also in a Highlander. Adam Gordon in the Carbon Cub now, at the line, ready to go. Dialing it in every time for Adam Gordon. That was a 74-foot takeoff for Adam Gordon. His best, actually, the previous run, 62. These are like top-level scores coming out of him already on takeoff. Keith Lang and Pepper taking a little bow before he flies up into the air. A little bit of brake fade at the end there, but nothing to worry about. For Adam Gordon. Eddie Sanchez right over the line, getting it stopped super short, just over 50 feet. That one, whoo, if you're here, you got to give him some applause for that one. That one was on fire. 67-foot takeoff, so kind of in the middle of what he's done, but a 59-foot landing. That's Eddie's best landing of practice today. Anthony Sanchez now holding it off the prop. It's good over the line. Getting it stopped. Not quite 59 feet. Let's see. Let's see what was better. $65 feet for Anthony Sanchez. And a big thanks again to Kathy Spencer for your kind words. Look at that short one. It was a scratch, but woo, we can dial that in a little bit for Nick Ardillo. We'll be in a good place tomorrow. Kathy, I want to thank you again for your kind words. And separately, what you say about it being a terrific family event is absolutely true. I was lucky enough to bring my children to the National STOL event at Sodbusters in Hartford, Wisconsin, and the kids had a great time watching airplanes, playing around with other kids, getting some good food, and just generally hanging out. So totally agree. If you're in Texas and you can make it to Sulphur Springs, I know it's a big state, but there's Keith Lang now getting it stopped. We're dialing it in. Notice, I wonder what the wind's doing. I wonder if it's a little bit less. Total family event, though. Totally worth it. And I don't want to pressure anybody, but it's the last one of the year. Last National STOL event of the year, so worth the trip. As of 22 minutes ago, no appreciable difference in the wind, but the flags right now seem to be a little less boisterous. So as of 23 minutes ago, winds 190 at 10 to 15 knots. Adam Gordon's off. Eddie Sanchez getting taxied by Lexi right up to the line. Look at that swarm of angry hornets taking off into the sky. Eddie Sanchez. $62 feet for Eddie on that one. Anthony had some ground to cover on his takeoff, 120 feet last time. Different power plant, though. Let's be clear. Different power level between these two airplanes. Awful lot shorter, though. Last one was 120. This one looks like it's somewhere around 100. Nick Ardillo taxiing up to the line in the Carbon Cub. He took me for a flight in one back in Nashville, and I understood why people buy Carbon Cubs. 100 foot on the nose for Anthony Sanchez. Nick Ardillo off just over 75 feet in that Carbon Cub as Keith Lang in the Super Cub. He calls it Pepper. Winds 190.10, gusting 15. You can see Keith is cheating into the wind just a little bit to try to get every little inch of the wind on the nose he can. And he's off maybe around 70 feet. While they go around the pattern, we had an opportunity to do another pit side interview, this time with Joel Dobson in the 172 Cessna 172 tail dragger.
My name is Joel Dobson from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I'm flying a 1956 172 tail dragger, straight tail, nicknamed Moxie after my wife's name.
Do you have any modifications on your airplane?
Yeah, there's a couple. 83-inch Hartzell Trailblazer composite carbon prop, Lycoming 0360, 180 horsepower motors. This airplane started out as a nose wheel airplane, so it used to have a nose wheel. That conversion gives it higher AOA, beefed up with these 31-inch Alaska bush wheels that I'm sitting on here with some double piston brakes to provide good braking when you touch down and land. You got a leading edge short takeoff and landing cuff kit on the wing. And on top of that, there's some vortex generators to help the air attach to the wing better. It's a great flying airplane. Lots of things going on with it. There's some tough competitors across the ramp here from me, some of my good friends, Jeff Pohl and Micah Lindstrom. Those guys are pretty good at pulling down first and second between each other. But you never know what tomorrow might bring. Gunning for first, hoping to place, and just have some fun and fly safe, that's for sure.
Is there anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, my wife Christy, my daughter Allie, my son Connor. They're back in Chattanooga, and I'm out here with my mom. She's just down the ramp a little bit. Having a good time out here at Lonestar STOL.
How did practice go today?
Well, it went better for the champ here.
What was in your favor today?
Just the pilot was the main thing.
No, I scratched. I mean, I flew fine, I just scratched good. I am consistent. That's the main thing.
What are we going to change for tomorrow?
I'm going to land on the other side of the line.
What's your game plan for tomorrow?
Take home first.
Let you boys get
Bye.
back to it.
There you go. Love that Micah and Jeff can have so much fun even though they're so aggressively competitive with each other. There we go. Anthony now right over the line, getting it stopped. He's starting to dial in that like sub 100-foot range. Nick Ardillo next. Nick Ardillo coming in 80-foot takeoff this round of practice. Let's see what he can do on the landing. And that's a good one for Nick. Sub 100 feet. Good over the line. Let's go to an interview with Jeff Abrams of Piperzilla.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jeff Abrams. I'm from Ocala, Florida. I fly a 1965 Piper Cherokee. We call it Piperzilla, the beast from the southeast. Out here practicing today at Lonestar STOL. My practice today wasn't as good as I'd like to see it, but you have good days, you have bad days. Found out for the landing, the runway was pretty soft for my airplane. Got small tires and a tricycle gear, and I'm digging some pretty good trenches out there, I think. Some of the other people may not like that. But so far, it's a good day, nice temperatures, good wind for getting us off the ground, and having a good time so far. Y'all come on out.
Love hearing from Jeff Abrams there. And like the little bit of self-awareness. I'm digging some ditches out here and people may not like it. So we've got 2 Carbon Cubs, 2 just aircraft, a Super Cub, sounds like you've got a recipe for some super fun STOL action. Adam Gordon floating it off that time. Number 48, Eddie Sanchez. Woo! Doggy! It's fun to watch. So Eddie's aircraft, a 2023 just aircraft Highlander with a Yamaha 998 Sidewinder turbo. That thing's making 280 horsepower. Anthony, for comparison, is in a 2014 just aircraft Super STOL with a Rotax 912, which is making about 100 horsepower, typically. Kind of depends on how it's tuned. Nick Ardillo, oh, leaping off. There goes Keith. Really, he is so aggressive getting that tail up. And you can see that pitching moment then helps him bounce. Well, he didn't really bounce this time. He just floated into the air, but that was really great. And kind of perfectly timed. Look at short final. Adam Gordon coming in over the lake. It's a good day. It's a good day in Sulphur Springs. Getting it lined up a little bit. Good over the line. Nice firm stop. Just listen to that motor. And a scratch for Eddie Sanchez. Anthony Sanchez now. Really hanging it out there. Really hanging it out. Come on. He's good over the line. Stop nice and short. Let's look at the scores. What is that? Yeah, there we go. Anthony Sanchez with a 65-foot landing. So he had as low as 62 feet. This round he had 65, 95, and then 65 again. So great performance by Anthony Sanchez. Here comes Nick Ardillo now. Previous landing this round was 103. He's good over the line. Can he get it stopped shorter? Oh, yeah, he absolutely can. $80 feet. Nick Ardillo's first takeoff of the day was 65 feet, but then he kind of settled into a routine here during practice of around 80 feet, plus or minus. That last takeoff and landing combo was 170 feet combined. That's his best of practice today. Lots of DQs for Nick Ardillo. He'll have to clean that up heading into tomorrow. Here's Keith Lang. Dropping it in real good. Sub 100-foot landing. I mean, it's almost routine now on the national circuit, right? The national STOL circuit to see landings this short. But they still are amazing. These types of takeoffs and landings, if you compare them to your own, like I'm trying to compare them to my own when I'm flying at home, nothing like this. Everyone here has put in the time. They are all making it look easy because they are so proficient. So really love that. Love to see that. And that's actually something that the folks at National STOL talk about a lot, is that idea of proficiency. You know, we talked about how this is a spot landing contest turned up to 11, but why do we do spot landing contests at airports? It's because we want to have a reason, another excuse to become more proficient, and that's what we're doing here today. So we hear during the pilot briefings, all the safety briefings, about how this isn't a slow flight contest, it's a STOL contest, a landing contest, a takeoff contest. And we got some jet action taxiing by behind us on the runway. But really what the opportunity this gives you, if you want to compete, and any pilot can really compete in National STOL, you just have to put in the time and be safe and proficient, and it gives you a reason to really crank that out, work through that. So that's a big goal of the sport. It's a good entree into competitive aircraft flying. And we've got another heat of folks taxiing by now.
Yeah, I'm gonna hurt tomorrow.
Scott Sweet in the Belanca Scout, getting ready to put in some more practice. Ah, the Tiger Shark is here. Tiger Shark, you can tell which one I'm talking about. Joel Milloway at the controls. Chuck Olmstead in the 2001 American Legend aircraft taxiing by as well. Levi Nogas is back for more. Patrick McIntyre looking for trouble. We're more of a piston-powered crew. We're more of a piston-powered crowd here at National STOL, but sometimes it's nice to hear a little bit of jet noise. Scott Sweet and the Belanca. Joel Milloway's first takeoff of practice puts him around 75 feet. Chuck Olmstead. Says here that Chuck Olmstead was initially trained by his high school history teacher. Personally constructed that aircraft. Patrick McIntyre now in the Rands S7. Levi Nogues in the storage. "117 feet for that last takeoff for Levi. Scott Sweet now coming in over the lake. And a scratch for Mr. Sweet. Dare I say that one he may find a little bitter. Luke Spohr is one-wheeling around. There he is, waving. Hello, Luke. Nice job today in practice. Joel Milloway, one to watch. You haven't seen him yet today. Look at this in the Tiger Shark. He knows how to land it short. Also in an S7, much like Patrick McIntyre is in. We've got a go around for Chuck Olmstead just to keep things safe. Joel Milloway there, that takeoff for him was 73 feet. We'll see what the landing score comes in as. He's another one to watch. That go-around will put Patrick McIntyre up next. Also in an S7. He's holding it off. And another blue flag for Patrick McIntyre. That puts Levi Nogas on short final. But we'll be here a while because that thing flies slow. Love the unique droop. I know I said it before when he was flying, but I love seeing the unique gear of the Storch. As he brings it in, pay close attention to the amount of travel the landing gear has, how far it can actually move to absorb shocks. Really squats down hard. Bringing up the rear then due to the go-around will be Chuck Olmstead. Bringing it nice and low. You got to get over that little bit of rise for that cross taxiway. Holding it off. He's good over the line, but a little bit of extra energy. And that, we have now, with that, recovered that heat. Scott Sweet and the Belanca taxiing past our camera crews. Joel Milloway in the Tiger Shark. In the same aircraft type, right behind him, Patrick McIntyre. Levi Nogas in the Storch. That is based off of, by the way, a much larger aircraft called the Fiesler Storch. It's a liaison and reconnaissance plane for the Germans in World War II. If I'm not mistaken, Levi's is like an 85% scale replica of it. So it's not, I think it's the original ones are quite a bit larger. There goes Scott Sweet now. Joel Milloway in the Tiger Shark at the line, doing that kind of pre-crabbing into the wind a little bit to try to get a little shorter. And look at how short it worked for him. Sub 50-foot takeoff for Joel Milloway. 48 foot for Joel is incredible. Now, Patrick is going to try to do the same thing. Cheat into the wind a little bit, get a little more nose wind, then crosswind, a little more lift from that. A little more wind over the wings. He's up. He's short. It's longer than Joel, though. Somewhere around 75 feet. Joel Milloway with that 48-foot takeoff. One of the shortest we'll see today. Dan Reynolds for perspective, it had 39 feet. Chuck Olmstead off the ground, which I guess is maybe a little obvious because he's in an airplane, but that's definitely what he did. Here's Levi now, getting ready to go. $82 feet for Levi Nogues on that last takeoff. While they're popping around, I wanted to give a little shout out to a man who's sitting not too far from me, Reese Dockan, and his co-conspirator Brennan Thompson. They've been working real hard to bring those interview packages right from the pits. So as soon as pilots are coming in from their practice runs, they're running up and making sure that they get some interviews so we get a little information from you or for you about how practice went today. So Brennan Thompson, Reese Dockan, my hat is off. My hat is tipped to you. Also a big shout out to the folks in the broadcast booth, the volunteers in the other side of the wall next to me here. There they are, coming up on your screen, I think, in a second, as Scott Sweet comes in over the line. All those volunteers working hard to bring the stream to you live. So big shout out to them, big thanks to them. And a big thanks to you if you're watching at home or if you're watching here in Sulphur Springs. We can't do it without you either, so we're so appreciative. Joel Milloway with a scratch and a little bit of brake fade at the end to add it all up. Clearing the runway for Patrick McIntyre now. Won the Unlimited class in Nashville at Music City STOL. A little bit of a balloon for him, but he's over the line, getting it stopped. If you are here in Sulphur Springs and you want to get your hands on some National STOL merch before the crowds show up tomorrow for the full competition, you have 5 minutes to buy some sweet Lonestar STOL, National STOL merch. I've got this awesome zip-up hoodie on that I really love. The blue on blue is something else. Check it out. Love that. There we go. There I am. Check it out. You can get that if you're here. It's got the little patriotism going on. And then the back, I'll see if I can show you the back. Oh, that's the first time I've stood up in hours. I don't even know. Here, check it out. There we go. The National STOL back with the... That's pretty cool, right? You got to check that out. So if you're in the crowd, you couldn't see what I just showed everybody, but it's worth taking a look at. Go check that out. At the booth. They're closing in about 5 minutes. So here we go now. Levi Nogues. in the Storch. Those leading edge slats putting in work just like they do on the MOAX. And he's good over the line. Little, not, I wouldn't know if I'd call that squirrely, but little lateral movement from Levi on that one. And taxiing in front of you again, you've got Scott Sweet in the Belanca, Joel Milloway in the S7 Tiger Shark, Patrick McIntyre in the S7 Little Yellow Friend. You got that nickname at Arkansas this year is what I understand. Mr. Olmsted in the very shiny, look at that shiny paint job on that Legend aircraft. And Levi Nogues in the Storch. One more lap around the pattern for them here in practice. And again, if you are just joining us here at the tail end of practice here in Sulphur Springs, join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. Central Time. We'd love to have you here in person. And of course, you can always watch us online, nationalstol.com. .68 feet for Milloway on that one. Here comes Patrick McIntyre now. Dropping the flaps, getting it off. Maybe 101, 102. .103. I was close on that one. Chuck Olmsted at the line. His best run in practice was actually his first run with a combined score of 290. Levi Nogues on the roll and kind of perfectly popped it off there. Scott Sweet just turned base to final. And the white and blue Belanca coming in over the line. And I was just kind of struck with, again, how lucky we are to have had such a beautiful day here in Texas and how grateful I am to be able to share it with all of you, my Sky fam. Speaking of beautiful, we got a beautiful man with a beautiful mustache we got to talk about. Let's go to an interview we did with Eddie Sanchez.
practice. I think I might get out and get some more practice in because I really need it. But since I've flown last, we've added some slats on this thing, so I need the practice trying to get better. But otherwise, it went really well. The engine's running well, and the airplane's performing well, just like I expected. And we'll see how it goes tomorrow, but I think with these slats, I'm definitely landing a lot shorter than I used to. I'm able to get it a lot slower.
Who's your biggest competition out here?
Dan Reynolds, of course. There's no way I can beat Dan Reynolds unless he scratches 3 times in a row. But he's going to be a tough one to beat, Colin Caneva, and he's running in that Legend Cub. They put a new wing on that one, so that's going to be a tough airplane to beat also. So I don't know how I'm going to do actually against Colin, but I know I'm not going to beat Dan.
And anybody you want to say hello to? Anybody you want to thank back home?
Just everybody at home. They're watching. All my family's watching at home, so they're excited to see all this stuff. They're great fans. They love supporting Sherry and I coming out to these competitions, and we love coming here. So it's great.
Hi, I'm Dan Reynolds from the Yukon Territory in Canada, and this is my custom designed Chinook Valdez Special. Practice was good. It's practice. Can't never get too much of it. You know, you always try to do better. So yeah, it went pretty good.
Who do you think is your biggest competition out here this weekend?
It's a good question because I'm up against people that I haven't flown against before, so I really don't know. The most likely is Eddie and Justin. Justin has some issues. I'm really hoping that he gets them sorted out.
I saw there's another little Chinook out here, right?
Yeah, nice to see it out here, and they're having a blast. And I'm watching him, and he's doing good. You know, just trying to get that thing dialed in so it flies right and tweaked, and then I'd say he's doing really good. I would like to thank all the volunteers, all the sponsors, everybody that makes this happen has made it happen, because this is such a great event. Without that, it's not going to happen either, even if you try to make it happen. And of course, my family back home that support me and let me come down here and have some fun with you guys.
Love hearing that camaraderie from Dan Reynolds. Chuck Olmsted coming over the line there. A little bit long that time for Chuck. I'm wondering what the wind is starting to do. Look, now at the end of the day, our windsock has definitely turned into a left crosswind for our pilots. So we've got the windsock there, and then also our advertiser sponsor banners blowing in the wind. So definitely more of a direct crosswind. You can actually see if you watch Levi now having to do a little bit more crosswind corrections. He's got that left wing our right as we look at it, but his left wing down to correct for the crosswind as he comes in. It doesn't seem to be too aggressive. There he goes a little bit, working it, getting it all lined up. So that's interesting. And the reason I pointed out is as we wrap up practice, the conditions throughout the day during the competition can really affect one class more than the other, and that's just something kind of interesting to see as we go through the day. There's Levi landing now. As we go through the day, if the conditions aren't normally as stable as they have been today, but they become a big factor in variability in the scores between the various classes and the various people competing. So there we go. What an afternoon. It has been an awesome time hanging out with all of you here in Sulphur Springs, and I am so grateful to be here in Sulphur Springs for Lonestar STOL and the National Championships of National STOL. I hope, again, don't forget, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central, we'll be kicking things off here in Sulphur Springs. Come see us in person if you can get to us. It's definitely worth it to see it in person. The feel, the rumble of the engines is worth it just alone. But also online, nationalstol.com. Check it out. There's a little button on the webpage you can click that'll send you right over to see where you can watch YouTube, Facebook, all those things. My name is Ryan Dombrowski. It has been an absolute pleasure to hang out with all of you in the chat and all of you here in person. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Hello, I'm Brandon Korn out here at Pinedale, Wyoming. Here's a quick look at what we do at the shop. This is our family business. We're an automotive and bus and fleet repair shop. And we've been here since 1948 here in Hearne, Texas. My grandpa built this shop originally in 1948. And this building here that we're in today was a meat locker plant, and we were right next door. And then we gradually purchased this building and moved over here. And so my grandpa, Wilson Korn, originally founded the shop, and then my dad, Larry Korn, and then myself, Brandon Korn. And now my son is in charge of operations here. He's Chevy Korn.
He's out there living the good life, flying around. Left all of us here to take on the legacy. I'm pretty much operation manager. I run day to day. I handle all the estimates, ordering all the parts, customer service, scheduling. Pretty much I wear a lot of different hats for this company.
Yeah, we do a lot of painting. We paint an airplane or two every year, and we painted mine here. Completely disassembled it and used everyone in the shop worked on it.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, buddy?
Good.
What's
How
your
are
name?
you?
Where
I'm
you
Chris.
from?
I'm from College Station, Texas.
All right.
We did some rivets and stuff like that, and I helped put in the seats, the floor. I did some wiring on it, stuff like that, little stuff. Brandon did most of it though, but
it took a lot of help from everyone to complete that project. It was a big project.
My name is Samuel, and I have Brandon to assemble the airplane.
This is our paint shop. We mix all the colors here in-house, and we can match them. We have a digital camera to scan the colors, dial in the color matches, and we use all the top-of-the-line products. There's no shortcuts on paint. There's no such thing as cheap paint. This is my home airport, Hearne, Texas.
Corn Collision Center.
This can